This is an important warning for people who experience epileptic seizures. This broadcast contains flashing images. Please close this video immediately to avoid injury if you experience epileptic seizures. Thank you.
Experience excellence on a whole new level. For life on a whole new scale.
Excellence in flight.
Intra.
Air.
Experience excellence on a whole new level. For life on a whole new scale.
Excellence in flight.
Intra.
Air.
Jerk it out.
This is an important warning for people who experience epileptic seizures. This broadcast contains flashing images. Please close this video immediately to avoid injury if you experience epileptic seizures. Thank you.
And I'm just trying to tell you. And I'm just trying to tell you.
This is an important warning for people who experience epileptic seizures. This broadcast contains flashing images. Please close this video immediately to avoid injury if you experience epileptic seizures. Thank you.
She comes in colors everywhere. She combs her hair. She's like a rainbow. Coming colors in the air. Everywhere. She comes in colors. Wind me up, put me down, stop me up and watch me go. Kicking this gal on the avenue.
This is an important warning for people who experience epileptic seizures. This broadcast contains flashing images. Please close this video immediately to avoid injury if you experience epileptic seizures. Thank you.
Experience excellence on a whole new level. For life on a whole new scale.
Excellence in flight.
Intra.
Air.
Experience excellence on a whole new level. For life on a whole new scale.
Excellence in flight.
Intra.
Air.
Wind me up, put me down, stop me up and watch me go. Kicking this can along the avenue, but I'm alright. 'Cause it's easy once you know how it's done. You keep it running through your bone, and you jerk it out.
This is an important warning for people who experience epileptic seizures. This broadcast contains flashing images. Please close this video immediately to avoid injury if you experience epileptic seizures. Thank you.
And I'm just trying to tell you. And I'm just trying to tell you.
This is an important warning for people who experience epileptic seizures. This broadcast contains flashing images. Please close this video immediately to avoid injury if you experience epileptic seizures. Thank you.
She comes in colors everywhere. She combs her hair. She's like a rainbow. Coming colors in the air. Everywhere.
hi in chat.
That is
Damn it.
That sounds
has-
like a horrible idea.
Okay.
All right. Yes.
So-
welcome. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna just remind folks how we're doing this. So just a reminder that we're trying this new format out. Hopefully it will work. Well, we hope it does. If you at some point in the meeting would like to speak, you'll speak in voice or ask a question. The channel for that is #GSM request to speak. You can let us know at that time if you want to do so on voice or just ask the question. Just like in the normal Q&A, don't post the whole question in GSM request to speak. Wait until you're acknowledged. There is a speaker role that someone will assign to you if you want to actually speak in voice. And we're just going to kind of go from there. Ideally, if you can, if you have a question or something for a particular topic, if it's possible for you to ask that question in that topic, that would be great. Otherwise, if your topic gets missed, please hold your question until the end, and then we will go back and deal with all of them at once.
One other thing to add: if your mic isn't working, you can still post once we call on you. You can still post the rest of your question or comment in the request to speak channel.
Yes.
So you don't necessarily need to have voice chat for that.
But that is an option.
Why am I being moved to? Where am I going?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, I'm just gonna. You know what? I'll just let things happen. I'm letting things happen, and we're just gonna start the public portion. Welcome everyone to the public portion of the general staff meeting for June 2019. We're using, as Chief said, we are doing a different format where most topics are going to be, well, basically, discussion will be public and everyone else can listen. And but before we get to that, I'd like, we just came from the private portion where we did discuss summer dev topics and other things. One of those things was the premier reviews. 2 cities were reviewed at this GSM. The first one was Espel, made by SBDev, and the second one was Colpino City, made by Mishka Man. And votes were the staff have reviewed both cities, and in the midst of voting, we decided also, based on one of the city's results, to change the threshold, or decrease the threshold of how many percent of the vote you need to become a premier. So before we had we required 85% of the vote, and apparently I'm dying. Okay. So what are you guys doing?
I didn't do it.
Okay. I'm doing important announcements. Just okay. So we're going to change the threshold from 85% to 80%. The reason for this is our intention for this threshold is to allow one or maximum 2 people to have dissenting opinions on the vote, and based on a standard of 10 staff members voting. And in the case of Espel, we ran into a situation where we did have 2 dissenting votes, but the rest, everyone else, did vote in favor of promotion. So we decided to adjust the threshold at that time. Therefore, that means that Espel and also Colpino City have been promoted to premier. So congratulations to both. And
Yay!
Yay!
Actually, this would be the time for speeches if SB or Mishkaman are here and would like to speak in voice chat. Otherwise, you could paste it in text chat. You can post it in, I guess, request to speak, and we can read it out for you if you would like.
Is that
otherwise, he is, yeah, he's definitely a supporter. Yeah. So yeah, if SB or I don't know if Mishka I don't think
Mishka's
they're
online
in
in game.
Yeah.
I was asking him right.
It's online game, but he's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so if those two want to speak their speech now, then they have the opportunity. So if not now, maybe toward the end of the meeting, during the maybe before the open floor. But in either case, Chief will ask for some sort of speech of some sort, some text for you to write, and that'll be posted on the GSM results on the website. So,
so
please have that.
If the both of you could email me or just DM me in Discord your speech text, then I'll put it on the website.
Yeah, Mishka, post it into GSM request to speak, and we'll read it. Okay. Don't know if he's gonna post it now, but maybe we'll wait till the. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's read it out. All right, this is the speech from Mishka Man. I'm gonna read it out here. Oh boy. Wow.
Is it long?
Well, no, I just noticed the interesting word in there, and I didn't realize.
Oh no,
that
it makes
Mishka
sense.
I didn't realize Mishka was that person. So.
Yeah, he got awards at the Frumbles for it.
Okay, here we go. This is honestly the best gaming community I've ever been part of. I remember I joined in 2013 as user, and I'm gonna read out its poop with 9 P's and 7 O's and a P at the very end. Yeah. So that was his username back when he joined. So he says, I joined in 2013 as user poop and was rejected a few times, then gave up. For reference, I did not make this username. It was procedurally generated by Mojang. I made the account and didn't type in a username by accident, so I was stuck with it until Mojang added a username change feature. Fortunately, I tried again in 2015 and was accepted. Building Colpino City has been such an accomplishing and enjoyable experience for me, and I really appreciate everyone who helped me out. I am very grateful to Frumple and the staff for spending their time, money, and effort into managing and upholding the community to high standards, as well as supporting the players with the many tools they implement and update. Thank you. And that concludes Mishka's.
Congratulations.
Yay.
I will hit my keyboard in celebration.
Did you just head dust on it?
Or die.
No, just...
Okay. Anyway.
Very confused how it shows Elite Neon talking even though he's mute.
I don't know. I'm not looking at it. Next.
Right, we still got a whole lot of stuff to go through. Next.
Okay. Just a reminder, we would be also announcing if any moderator nominations, but we decided to skip it from the private portion. I will say, however, that the August GSM is probably going to have a lot of staff changes, and we are going to be open to looking for probably one of the largest batches of new mods in a while. So if you have those nominations, please be sure to send them for the August GSM, and we will take consideration into them. And also just a reminder, if you are sending a nomination, please get a second person also to second your nomination, because that is our new policy, at least amongst the staff. So we'll probably apply it to members too. So if you are sending a nomination, please get someone else to second you. Otherwise,
and by that we mean just have them also nominate the same person. We will link them together.
Yeah, we can do that too. Okay.
Oi, who set off the fireworks?
All right, next up is we'll say a couple things about the redact topics, not everything. The one thing I will say is I'm going to mention this player, and probably most people know him. The player in question is Lithium, and he was discussed during the GSM. The staff have also been making some efforts to help Lithium and to try to see if he can better integrate with the community. I have seen some concerns about his behavior and how his behavior does seem to annoy quite a few people here. And I would like to ask the community here to try to be more understanding of the situation. In case you did not, I'm not going to go into detail about what his situation is, but he has not had a very good IRL situation. He he is suspected to be at least on the autistic spectrum, perhaps more so than others on the server. So please, when you're interacting with Lithium, please keep that in mind. Please try not to be, what's the best word? I don't want to say just be positive around him. Just be more understanding, and don't try to be more patient with him. Definitely. So that is that. We staff are going to try to make more efforts to, again, try to help Lithium here. We're going, and we'll see where that goes. So okay. Okay, and the other Redact topic I want to talk about is Riley's server, also known as Tech Autoblog. His trustee promotion was vetoed, but staff have decided to promote him effective this GSM. I don't know if an admin could do that right now, but yeah, he will be promoted.
Wait, that's okay.
Sorry, what, Chief?
Just making sure that's all.
Yeah, he renamed himself to Tech Autoblog.
So. Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah.
Supporter?
Not supporter.
Okay. There we go. Done.
Yeah. I'm not. Oh.
Wow.
It doesn't matter. Okay. I'm not going to go into details of why he was vetoed. You'll have to ask him yourself if he wants to.
I've gotten some illegal clones of thick juice for you.
Is this relevant at all?
There's a lot of topics.
Carry on with this.
Okay, please, Robin, please no yelling. Thank you.
I wasn't yelling.
Whatever. It was very loud.
I was yelling.
Okay. We're moving on to the community issues. The first issue is a big one. LD and myself, actually LD originally proposed this, but I signed on because I would like to see this channel added. Last year, LD did propose adding a mature Discord channel, or perhaps an 18+ channel onto the Discord. It was rejected for various reasons and rather raucous. I don't know how to say the word. Very intense debate. And when it was, LD has decided to propose it with some changes. The main difference is there isn't going to be any explicit, pornographic content on the channel. That will definitely not be allowed. There may be at least some content that is at least within context be allowed just for discussion on that, but we're not entirely sure where that line is. But LD has proposed this. I'm agreeing with it because, well, let me back up a bit. There was some discussion in general chat on Discord maybe a few weeks ago about this, and it did sort of go in circles, I would have to say, because there are definitely people strongly against it and other people strongly for it. My position with this, I'll just say right now, is personally, I do feel that there are a lot of people on the server who have grown up with the server. People who used to be, back then when the server started, were probably in high school or even young, or even earlier. And now they're in university or actually at work and actually in their adult lives. So while there is, most of our server is pretty young, like still below the age of 18, there is a significant number of people who are actual adults and I'll say this, more mature individuals. And I think having a mature channel makes sense to at least allow those people to have a place to discuss these things without having to potentially, offend the younger people on the server. And personally for me, I would feel more welcome if there was such a channel, or at least something there, because honestly don't relate to a lot of most of the people on the MRT, and that does affect my whether I want to run the server or not. So,
Oh, you know.
hold on, I'm not quite done yet. Sorry. So the discussion was done in general. I would like, at the very least, I at least discuss with Yoshi, because I know he was one of the most against this proposal. I think we can at least agree that we should this channel should be tried out at least as a trial. I would rather not, for the purposes of this GSM and discussion around it, I would like to see the discussion more geared toward what this channel is going to look like and what kind of thing, like, well, how should it be moderated, what is acceptable or non-acceptable content, all these, like, should it be marked as 18 plus, should it be opt-in, or maybe not either of those. Those are the questions I want to try to answer. I don't want to go, I want to avoid, hopefully, any discussion of whether we want the channel or not, because that has already gone in circles for a long time, and I don't think we're going to get anywhere with it. So let's try, just for the staff here, let's try to focus on what the channel is going to look like, and then we'll go from there. Okay, I'm done.
I would say it should definitely be an opt-in rather than an opt-out. I don't think anyone who doesn't want to be a part of that channel should not have to. It should be a special, I guess, Discord role that you can get assigned that gives you access to it. And I do think it would be beneficial to market to use Discord's market as an SFW feature just for that extra sense of, I guess, security.
The issue with that is it does then say, or the way Discord does it is that it then says you need to be 18 plus, which,
I mean, you don't exactly have to be 18 plus to get into it. You can just agree to it with that, regardless of your age.
I mean, you can't even verify age either.
You can't. The way I see it is that I agree that it should be opt-in, because at the end of the day, we can't really monitor who's exactly 18 and who's not. So trying to ask for everyone's age, people will lie.
That's the point. Maybe don't have the Discord NSFW one just because.
Yeah, I don't agree with the NSW. I feel like if you're gonna see it, then you're agreeing.
That's true.
Regarding how it should be moderated. Well, Frumple, if you're gonna be in it, which I'm assuming you are, I feel like it should be moderated as the staff can moderate who are.
I think the main issue.
And I think that if everything, the reason I'm saying that is just due to the fact that we do have quite a few staff members who are over 18. So I don't feel like we need to have everyone who's under 18 to be in there that needs to moderate it. Unless they want to. That's how I see it.
Let's try to focus on one question at a time here. So let's, so the whole opt-in thing, let me pose these three options so it's very clear here. The first option is to not have any sort of barrier, I guess. So no marking as not safe for work and no opt-in. The second option is to use Discord's not safe for work and like basically flag the channel as not safe for work. So they do have to click something to enter the channel. The third option is to actually have a role in which only people with that role can see the channel at all. And they would have to probably ask staff members for that role specifically, or have a bot do it for them. So those are the three main options I can see, unless there might be others. Out of those three, which one are we looking for, thinking would be the best here?
I think the
opt-in
role option is the best.
I do not like the role option, just for the fact that, like, I mean, obviously, okay, well, going through, if you have to like ask someone to get it, I don't think, like, I don't really want a person to become a judge of whether, like, oh, this person's
it would just
we would not be
like
judging. We would
We
not
would
be
just be
judging
letting
if
anybody
they
in who
ask.
wants the
Then
role.
let me be clear here. If they ask for the role, we will not judge whether they should be allowed. We'll just give it to them.
Then I don't see the difference between, I guess, that and just having someone just click the opt-in button. Other than obviously it does say 18 plus.
Even if you have the channel muted, you may end up accidentally seeing it, which people may not want to.
I think a good approach might be the role, because then we can set up, say, a splash screen or whatever. Like you can do this with bots. You can set up like a welcome screen for the channel that like can explain everything about the channel, and it'll be more custom to the channel than the NSFW warning that Discord provides would be.
I also one other thing that is nice about one of the things that's nice about having the role is that then we can see which like the list of people who have that role, and because like you can filter the member list by that. And yeah, I think I mean either way it absolutely should be opt-in, because I'm just thinking of worst case scenario of someone comes onto the server and just got accepted and stumbles across it and wasn't expecting it to be there.
Okay, yeah. Just say Skelly's putting a request to speak. I don't know what we do.
Neither do I. Neither do I, to be honest.
Okay, let me ask, Skelly, can you just, are you requesting to speak specifically on this particular topic around opt-in at all? Or is it something?
So.
Yeah, okay. So in this case, Skelly, let's add Skelly as speaker and let's see what he wants to say.
In the future, by the way, if you do have a request to speak, can you please specify what you want, what you're requesting for, so we don't have to ask every time?
Yes, that's important.
Yep, Skelly, you have the speaker role.
Okay, you may have to unmute your. Oh, why are you server muted? Get out of there.
Right.
There you go, Skelly.
So, I think the main problem with opt-in is that, like, honestly, I think it's just too much work for the mods. If this isn't going to be an 18+ channel, then I don't really see how it would be moderated too differently. Like, if someone goes into the channel and disrupts it and chooses to try to distract it from the train of conversation and be immature, then it could be dealt the same way as if someone went into, for example, the media channel and disrupted it, or went into the transport channel and or the politics channel and decided to disrupt it.
Scotty,
I don't think that if someone wants to disrupt the channel and be immature, I don't think that barrier is going to stop them. A barrier.
No, Skelly, I think you may have got the wrong impression here.
Yeah.
Particularly my understanding was that, let's say there's a brand new member who's just been added to the Discord. They're looking through all the channels, seeing what it is, and all of a sudden they see potential nudity, which they may not want to see. The role sort of means that you have to specifically opt in, otherwise you wouldn't see any of that, which you don't.
Well, I got the impression that this channel isn't going to allow anything graphic. Am I wrong about?
My understanding was it allows for basic nudity, but like
nothing extreme. Nothing extreme.
Yeah.
Definitely can say
contextual is the most accurate.
Yeah.
If it's
also, I'll say this: I don't think one thing is not going to add "quote unquote" work if it's per se is opt-in feature. If this is an opt-in feature, it's what you want to agree to, which is something that we can easily add to. I don't think it's something that will be piling on as for staff, if that's one of your concerns.
Skelly, don't worry about interrupting us. This is the point of being a speaker. Do you want to make a further point?
I think so. To be clear, it's going to allow some graphic material like nudity if it was in the content. Because I was just going to say that if it wasn't going to allow anything graphic, then people can just mute the channel and try to put a mute on the channel, like how some people could mute entertainment, for example, if they're not really interested in TV shows or the like. But if it would have graphic material, then I guess an NSFW barrier would be fine.
Yeah, we'd rather have it so that you have to specifically ask to see it in the first place.
I think I'd agree with Chief on that one.
Yeah.
I do have a question about that. Why are we doing it that way and not just doing an NSFW filter? Like, I don't understand the purpose of having a specific role for it.
I can say one reason. The not safe for work filter that Discord uses does explicitly say 18+. but I'm wondering if I don't know if the age, like it says it's an age barrier. I don't know if that's really. I don't know if that's really appropriate to really just say it's just right on 18 plus. If that makes any sense.
Like the thing is, like, although the barrier doesn't really do anything, if it becomes a role for us, would that mean you restrict people based on age or restrict people on maturity? And if we do restrict people from it, how is that going to look?
The goal isn't, I think, here isn't to restrict. It's just so that if people want the channel to be hidden, then
if the goal isn't to restrict, then why aren't we just using NSW
Here,
filter?
sorry, there's another difference. If it's a role, then the channel can be completely hidden. If it's only by filter, then the channel will be there, and it is a bit more easier for someone to just go right into that channel.
And also,
So
once you click through the filter, like I'm pretty sure Discord saves that, so you can just easily click onto the channel again by accident and without me.
Software users will click yes to anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we move on to the next speaker?
But that's my thing though. If people know there's an NSW channel, asking for a role that isn't going to be any different from just having a filter on. I don't
agree.
Really, well,
The channel will be not visible, right? Like, so some people could join the server and not even know that there's a channel.
Yeah, but then how? But then,
I think we'll put something in the announcements or something like information where there'll be just a little snippet that says, if you want to join an NSW channel, you can do this. But that's the only place we're going to put it. Sorry, Tom. Sorry, I'm
well, because I was thinking maybe the thought with that, if we do the role version, would be maybe kind of like the new member channel where you put the requests to join the channel on there, and pinned into the top is explaining what you're signing up for as a role, and then a staff member will come through it once in a while and give the roles to those who don't have it yet. That's requested.
I think it'd be easier for bot handled.
That's a bit much. I think.
We have a queue of speakers, so Vulpicula, you have speaker role.
Okay, yeah, I only just realized that, sorry.
Yep. No, you're fine.
Yeah, I'd just like to voice my support for just having it as a role. It would be a bit, I wouldn't feel as comfortable talking about, the more serious topics in there if I knew anybody could see it, because there are people on here that I like that are more likely, they're not as mature, so you're more likely to be worried about offending them, and I wouldn't really be as open to talking about more serious topics and potentially slightly not safe for work topics on a channel that I know anybody can see.
I mean, to be clear, anyone will still be able to join. Like, we're not going to go through the process of being like, is this person mature enough to join, or is this person this age? Like, because we don't want to make that judgment. If someone asks for the role, we'll give it.
Yeah,
that's why I don't see the point in roles.
I'll add on to this. I think initially, I think yes, we're not going to when we're granting this role to people, we're not going to audit it. Like we're going to be pretty free and liberal and giving them the role. If it turns out that there are issues where we find people are being immature in the channel, then at that point, then we can start excluding those people. So in that case, then good point stand.
And that
does make sense there.
Yeah,
I think that's
the advantage of having a role.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say, to add to Fumble's point, it's if we do find people that if there are people who are being quote unquote immature, that's going to be a line we have to cross when we get there, because that is going to be a very difficult thing to, and that's probably a whole other discussion we haven't got.
I think at the very least, if someone is just harassing people in the channel, or just like if it's very explicitly that they can't handle the stuff that's being discussed in the channel, I think it's pretty easy to say they don't belong there. But again, there may be still a gray area.
As for Skelly's worry about, it being too much work for staff, I would wager with the way that TacoBot is built and the API it runs on, it should be somewhat easy to set up a custom role thing for it, or at the very least bring in another bot to handle that and set it up in the TacoBot. That would alleviate any issue with that.
Yeah, but it is possible to do that. So,
It is very
that's-
possible. It's
also
not
the
going
whole-
to be a big thing.
Also, the whole speaker role now is more work than that would entail. So,
Yeah.
because like this is changing roles for people a lot, whereas the NSFW thing is we may have a large list of requests at the beginning, but then it'll kind of trickle in over time, and all it takes is any staff member right click on a person and do it in basically 2 clicks. So
Yeah, we did it all for you when you first joined the server, giving you
Trust me, it's not that hard.
Yeah, I think that's all that I had to say.
okay, thank you. Cookie's up next. So I will set your roles and your permissions. Cookie, you are cleared to speak. Oh, let's try it again. Go ahead. Hello.
So I'm kind of voicing my opinion for like 4 of us. There's me, Aline, Cacto, and kind of Skelly. We don't, unless I heard it wrong, read it wrong, but I don't think there should be any not safe for work, but instead like a serious channel. There's more talking about serious topic. Nobody really feels excluded. Like Roll Guard is just like another channel, kind of almost like another general, but for more serious topics.
could there be room for both? Could there be room for a serious channel and this sort of channel?
Why would there be a need for both if they're basically fulfilling the same purpose?
Not exactly. I'll give you an example. This serious channel could be, and I did mention this briefly. It could be more of a discussion about like serious life issues, like dealing with mental health, or maybe asking for relationship advice. So that could be a place for that. Whereas the mature chat, then basically it'd be splitting this channel, and then there'll be another channel for more, perhaps, explicit stuff. So.
Well, then that would just be turning what it was into the last proposal, just with a new channel as well, hasn't it?
No, it's not. There'll still be no extreme stuff in there. I mean, what I'm saying is there'll be potential for explicit stuff in the mature channel.
If the point of the quote-unquote serious channel would be to facilitate a space for where people search topics in a space where they know that people will be mature about it, I don't think that having a separate channel where an in a way guarded role will help alleviate that fear of being in such a public space. Makes sense just for the fact that it's still public, and I think that everyone will still understand it's still semi-public. I don't think it'll alleviate any fears. And if anyone does, have the courage to talk about it in public, I have a feeling they wouldn't mind doing it in public.
I was mainly sorry. I forgot to clarify. The serious channel, I was thinking probably wouldn't have any sort of restriction.
I wouldn't think that would be necessary.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wouldn't have any restriction on that whatsoever.
The restriction on if there was a more I don't know what to call it anymore, because I don't know if mature is the right word for it anymore. But the mature channel the reason we want to put restriction is so people don't accidentally pop in there and see something they don't want to see, right? So the role would still be on there, but for the serious discussions, in that channel, I'd say, I mean, there could be a role there, maybe also, but if someone is, but still, even if someone is not being very nice in the serious channel, then the staff can deal with that appropriately.
I don't know. I don't really see it necessary to have a role for tag. It would basically be like a general for IRL topics.
Having a role would help with moderation because in the event someone is being very immature, it would provide us with an easy facility to make sure that, okay, you're being
I believe
immature.
you can explicitly take out a member as is by themselves.
But isn't that also what warnings are for?
Yeah, warnings would deal with that too, honestly.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't be really be doing that anyway. So
yeah, exactly.
Also, it can come with subsequent removal from the channel if need be.
If it gets really bad, yeah.
It's good to have the option.
Yeah.
That's my piece.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Setting permissions.
Kitty's
next?
I believe.
Last one.
Kitty,
Okay,
next.
Kitty, you're cleared. You're good. Kitty, what's up?
I just wanted to apologies, a helicopter is passing by my house.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Right.
I just wanted to make a quick comment with regards to using roles versus using just the stock filter message that the Discord gives. Using roles would not only allow people to be removed from the channel, it would allow people to voluntarily remove themselves. So you could ask a staff member, hey, I'd like to have my role removed, I don't want to be in this channel anymore. As opposed to the Discord NSFW screen, once you click that, you're basically in the channel, and that's sort of how that works. So.
Yeah, there's no way to explicitly opt out.
Okay, that's good to know. Thanks for letting us know that.
Okay, that's the end of the queue.
That's the end of the
J-Train?
J-Train? Okay.
Oh, J-Train, go ahead. Wait, not yet, because we need to set permissions. Boop. Not that.
Chief has to switch the tracks. There.
I have to press the buttons and press the button. Okay, J-Train, go ahead.
So just to be clear, we haven't quite yet decided on a solution to how we're gonna set permissions for who wants to and stuff. We're still discussing that.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure out, do we want to use the Discord thing or the roles?
So
it
what I
sounds
was
like
thinking,
we're leaning towards a role.
Yeah, so what I was thinking of, I think you might have touched upon this, and I'm sorry if you actually already mentioned this and I just was oblivious. But if you set up something similar to TacoBot, and then you could just go into that channel and then put in the command, and then the bot will automatically.
Brought that up.
Okay.
We've already brought that. We're starting to talk about details here, so I don't know if yeah. So go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, and then you can just also use it to remove yourself from the channel if you want to.
Yeah, I mean,
Discuss that already.
those are implementation tools. Again, I'd like to just focus the discussion here mainly on what the channel is going to allow or not, and how it's going to be moderated.
Okay, you can take me off the speaker role now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's try to get through it. But I mean, I was kind of expecting there would be a lot of discussion about this topic anyway. Are we clear on the line of acceptable or unacceptable content? Can we just make sure we're like I know I've said no extreme stuff, definitely.
I think it's my understanding of it was you can't straight up post links to something on Pornhub, but
yeah,
if you were, let's say, scenario, you were talking about Game of Thrones, you could potentially share a screenshot of that, which could include elements of nudity.
Or like a video on YouTube or HBO or whatever.
Yeah, that is the example LD brought up. So I guess my question is, are you guys okay with that? Is that the line we want to set?
I'm okay with pretty much anything, really.
I think as long as people are clear what it does contain when it comes to them signing up, then...
Sorry guys, can Robin finish his point?
I was going to say, if we can't post stuff like pornography and stuff like that, then I think we need to possibly rename the channel, because not safe for work mainly means there's going to be stuff that's extreme in there.
Okay, so I need to clarify, Robin. I need to clarify. We're not naming it "not safe for work."
Because it says in the proposal of the channel, you're just asking a question there. Should it be channel? Should be marked as? So I was going to say, if we're going that route, just be careful with the name so people don't get confused.
No. The proposal did say. Actually, maybe LD missed this part. Suggested names for this channel might be either mature, or I think there was another one I can't remember exactly. There was another suggestion that might have worked too, but I can't remember.
Explicit, maybe?
Not explicit.
No, because as I said, you have to be careful with the name, because if we just do something random, it can be like, oh, I can post this, and then they get warned, and then they don't know. So you just got to be careful with that.
Yeah, the other one was adult conversations or something like that. Yeah. So those were the two or three options that we were thinking of. Kitty requested to speak and said never mind. So never mind. but but again, people okay with that? Because I want to. I'm trying to go through these items one by one, so we're all okay with it. Does anyone have any, or at least the staff, at least, or anyone like objections to
I'm
even
all
having
for it.
nudity?
I'm
for
it.
I am.
With having
I am
what?
100% for it.
I didn't hear you finish this sentence again.
Does anyone have any objections to having not like somewhat? I'll call it light content. How about that? Light nudity or anything like of that in this channel, but as long as it's within context.
I'd say yeah, context is key. So if context is there, you know, and again, the point of the channel restriction is to have it not be in the main channel. So yeah, I think that's appropriate given the scope.
I have a
so,
question.
Yeah. Yes.
What context? In what context will nudity actually be relevant? Because I mean, the whole Game of Thrones argument, but like, when are you really going to be screenshotting a Game of Thrones screenshot with nudity, except if it's for football?
Again, that's the example.
I don't understand that.
The example, like,
It's
think
an
of it.
example.
It's an example that's think of it more like potentially it could happen. Like we're trying to define the boundaries of the channel. It's very possible that the channel may never. Sorry,
I could think. Oh, sorry.
We're trying to define the boundaries of the channel, and it's very possible that we'll never reach those. Like it'll never get to that point. But it's supposed to. We're trying to basically create a space to say this will be allowed, and no one's going to get in trouble for it specifically. That's what we're trying to do here.
I could think of an example where, for example, I don't know if you all watch like the Champions League final or something like that, but there was a streaker, a very funny streaker that got onto the pitch, and she was half naked. That's something that was really funny, and that could be shared onto the channel. But obviously, because you can't share it down into the sports channel because it's over 18 content, you get in trouble. So there are things that can be light nudity to be shared.
Yeah, that's what the channel is for.
That's a good example. Yeah. Okay.
That's exactly what the channel is for. So that's what I'm saying. There's stuff like that that can be shared, and that will be okay. But if you say that you're going to show me legit like X-rated stuff, then it'll be a bit too much. So there is things out there. Trust me. The internet's very weird.
I think also, you know, this is one of those things that, you know, once we get it set up, hopefully, you know, folks will kind of feel out what kinds of things that people are generally okay with. So, yeah, I mean, you know, again, should there be guidelines? Absolutely, but yeah, I think a lot of it is still that once we get it set up, that there's still going to be a bit of learning from each other that's going to need to happen before we can set anything, you know, more concrete.
I agree with that, Chief. I also would like to posit it's very possible that we could add this channel and no one uses it.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Kitty,
Yeah, that was a topic I wanted to bring up later.
Okay. Kitty, request to speak. Go.
I'd like to say
wait.
I'm
There you
opposed.
go. Okay, go ahead.
I'm opposed to having like nudity in the channel, just because like I don't want to accidentally open that on my phone while I'm like in public. And like what Mindman said, I don't really know if it's clear where the limit would be on that. One thing that the external Discord server we already have for like mature conversations. One feature of that Discord is that there's like a separate opt-in channel that like allows nudity, and I am not in that channel because I don't want to be in that channel. So I'm just throwing that out there.
That's what the channel. There would be an opt-in for this channel.
You could require that people use spoiler tag.
That's a good. Yeah, that could.
That's a very good point.
That could work.
We could do that too. Yeah, we could. That's a pretty good tool. We could definitely.
All right, I digress.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, I don't think we would give someone like a warning for that because it's very easy to do by accident. But just say if it's not in a spoiler tag, staff will do.
Yeah, yeah, like it'll be more if someone is consistently doing it, then yeah, definitely warning. But well, we'll be fairly lenient on if people make a mistake in that channel. Just, okay, I think I've lost my train of thought.
I think
the next, I'm just gonna move on to the next part. So sorry, Marvin.
no, I was just say just stuff in staff chat.
Okay. Next
other-
part is go
Wait,
ahead, Chief.
one quick thing. Their Discord, just like as a service, does have an explicit content filter. So just like, straight up nudity stuff would likely be caught by it. And because I'm just looking in the channel settings to enable slow mode for request to speak. And it's like NSFW channels are exempt from it, but other ones are still subjected to it. So just a heads up that so that some stuff might get flagged with Discord itself.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next point I had, is how it will be moderated. I actually have a question to staff regarding this because I know there's some contention here. I know that there may be some staff who may not be comfortable with moderating the content in the channel, or more, perhaps they're not even of age in some cases. So, in that case, should the channel just be moderated by the staff who opt in themselves as well?
I don't think there should be an expectation for every staff member to moderate it if they don't wish to be in there.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay.
I feel like if the staff member is in there, then they have agreed to.
But they can
help out.
still give people the role if requested because that doesn't require them to have the role themselves. But the actual day-to-day moderation, anyone should be able to opt out.
Yeah. Okay.
100%.
Okay. I agree with that. So just want to make that clear to everyone so we're all on the same. Okay, so we already said opt-in by role probably. Are we in agreement that a serious do we want to have a serious channel for everybody and a mature channel for
I think we should just have one channel to be.
Yeah,
I feel like a serious channel. I'm gonna say a serious channel is quite weird because even though it's a good idea to put out and say if you have any problems, concerns, anything, then put it in there. But however, some people just might feel like they just want to talk to certain people or have certain issues. I don't feel like you need to put. I don't feel like you need to have a channel that you need to put everything on show. If you just want to talk to certain people, just make a group chat and talk to them. That's how I feel. I don't feel like it's needed.
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
A counterpoint to that is that some people might just want to talk about a serious thing in general. Like there are definitely things that you want to keep private to certain people, of course, but
like venting, for example. Like people
I know. I'll refer to the Ask Reddit subreddit. They have a flag where you can sort of say this should be a serious topic, and that means like people can't joke about it. Memes aren't allowed in there, but so on and so on. And it's sort of like if you're within this channel, don't take the piss. Just accept that as a serious discussion. Don't try.
I think that should be appeal. Like if someone does want to talk about a serious topic in public chat or even in general, whatever, and someone does and like you're like, oh, like I want this to be a serious discussion. I think everyone should have the level of decency and respect. Oh, this is gonna be a serious discussion. I won't let it. Just as like if someone does want to talk about maybe an incident or something they've had in the past, I think we should all expect as a rule, as we have a rule for respect. I don't think anyone no one expects someone to make a joke like about that. I think
question.
It's just ready. I don't think
so. Yoshi, a counterpoint to that. And the whole thing about just getting them to have a private conversation, I don't think that's possible in some situations. I think I can see value in a serious channel if someone just wants to vent and just wants someone to help. Like they might be in distress and they just need someone to listen or to get advice from. So yeah,
I don't have a.
I don't see why you can't ask that in general.
I have a question.
the point is to separate. Sorry, the point is to separate that out from general.
Yeah, but that's
Because I don't think-
my question. It's like, why can't general fulfill that purpose?
Because general, I see general more. If this discussion gets very serious about like the very personal details, then I don't think I don't think it belongs in general.
It's like
I think
general.
it's just
I don't know. I feel like that's just adding. If there's a channel that can do that, and I generally feel general can do that, because general is general discussion about in real life things, and
I
game.
don't agree.
I
don't agree.
personally feel like we're adding channels for the sake of channels. If there's a reason for it, like for example the not safe for work channel, then add it. I'm not too sure about this serious channel. I feel like there's a purpose. Personally.
I don't agree, Robin. Like I think again, it's very possible we could add a series channel and no one uses it. If that's the case, then we can remove it later. But I think it's just I think it's worth to have us. I'm going to say this: these two are a safe space for people if they want to have a more serious discussion away from everything general. Because general, I think can also get polluted by other conversations in there that are not as serious. So I think that some separation is needed here.
I like the idea of the split. And again, Robin, channels don't cost us.
I think just that it. Well, no. I told you to the grant that there's just I don't really see a difference between. They're both public spaces. While you can indicate, oh yes, this is a place for more serious discussions. I think the general can still foster a place for that, and people do have serious discussions in general.
And that's exactly how I feel as well. I feel like you're gonna get the same thing, but in just two different channels.
I'm actually, I don't know if this is going to work. I'm actually curious. People who are listening, I'm talking to all members here. I don't know if we can do like a lightning poll or something.
We can do it in.
Yeah, let's do it in
GSM discussion.
Yeah, GSM discussion. If you're if you're in favor of adding a series channel, say yes. If you're not in favor,
hang on.
No.
I'm going to post a message. I'm going to post a message and then you react to it.
Yeah, Chief's posting the message, so wait for that, and then add your reactions to it. We're turning into a democracy. Oh no!
King Frump will say
something. Please submit your parliament.
Please, by the way, when we this for the serious channel, not the mature channel we're talking about, this is a secondary channel.
No shrug votes.
We are talking about the serious channel.
No shrug votes, please. Say yes or no.
Why do we even give people permission to make their own emotes in that?
Oh, I wasn't sorry. I wasn't intending the polls to happen, so I can turn that on. There's a split here. Staff, you may also vote as well, so don't forget.
Oh, no votes are winning.
Votes in progress. It looks pretty. Yeah.
Oh,
interesting. That's why I hate democracy. You get these sort of results. It doesn't tell you anything. Or at least tell you
Brexit.
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 I agree, Shrug.
It's dead.
What
tie.
part of
Dead
no
tie.
what part of no shrug votes don't you people understand?
If you want a shrug vote, just don't vote.
Should probably make a separate channel to facilitate it, but
I'm not.
We can do it next.
Vote channel. Woo!
Okay. Well,
it's getting ridiculous.
So based on what I'm seeing, it seems to be split down the middle. So anyway, I think we're getting a little off topic. Maybe we can discuss adding the series channel in a separate time.
Yes, absolutely.
This is mainly supposed to be about the mature channel. So let's.
So let's
it's a good idea. I think it's an idea worth discussing, but maybe not now. So.
Okay. So serious channel, we'll table that until August. Mature channel, sounds like we're saying yes. Do it via a roll. Staff present are the only ones required to moderate it. Don't do stupid.
Okay. if it the last 2 points I made is if it turns out the channel is too difficult to moderate, we don't know what will happen, or if people are just being immature and inappropriate, then I think that's good enough grounds to kill the channel, because I don't know if
the
that will
question
happen.
should we, if there are some people that go in there and just
If it's specific people, then it'll be up to us to determine is it most people in the channel or is it just some, right? Like so, if it's just a couple of like bad people, like people doing bad, then we can issue the warnings and remove them from the channel. If it's mostly just if it turns into random or to a level of like random, then yeah, I think that's time to kill the channel. So.
Cool. Okay.
Okay.
5B.
5B.
And we're at the top of the hour.
Well, before we have I'm sorry.
55 minutes.
No, it's okay. I was expecting this level, but again, before we move on to 5B, are there any further comments from players? From
Please
members
don't.
right now? We said that this is the last call. There's also the open floor at the end. So
there's no one talking.
no one's typing request to speak. We're moving on. Okay, 5B. Go.
Okay. Gods, you started this one.
Oh, this is mine.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, it is.
So yeah, this is mainly stemming from two sort of sources. Initially, there has been a recent lack of staff voting in city ranks. I think that may partly be been as of recently, and this is sort of trying to temper that. So my suggestion is that after 3 unsuccessful submissions for either senator or governor, you would be put in a longer cooldown, just because after 3 submissions, you're still not there. You're probably not working on the feedback that's given. So this delay would pretty much allow or give you more time to work on the town before it was resubmitted.
Agreed.
What?
Yeah, I'm in favor of this for lots of
Cooldown then goes from 14 to 28 before you're allowed to submit again, right?
Correct. And that's, to clarify, that's from the previous one finishing up to re-entering. So it will be 2 weeks of voting on, 4 weeks of improvement, effectively.
Yeah, because you see a lot of people just, as soon as they get no, they resubmit and then they do the work. Like just giving them like little time to actually just do the work.
Right.
It's not a race. It's people treat it as a race, quote unquote. It's not a race. Just take your time, build, and have fun.
I'd be okay
always
with
get
that,
there.
and especially, I'd be okay with that for once they've had multiple failures in a row, or multiple failed attempts.
Yeah, and then say for instance, this is for senator. If they did kick into the overtime effectively, once they were finally approved to senator, then the delay would reset itself back to 14 days when they were going for governor.
I think that's fine. Because I think generally, they're
then I think the main issue would be, I think people are fine with senator and governor, but the thing with premier, if we were to put a delay on that, that would mean people potentially have to wait 2 months or 3 if there isn't a GSM. Would that still be fine with people?
Considering there's 3 attempts you get initially where there's no such cooldown, I think it's fine.
And again, the premier is already a month delay as opposed to, I mean, like the senator and governor is about a month.
Is 2 months going to be too long, effectively?
I don't think so. I mean,
by that point, you've already had 3 chances. So I mean,
yeah.
And there was a small point brought up saying that what happens if it's just different staff voting and they give like different criticisms to still say no. But then I'll just counter that and say, well, that's something that other staff have picked up on that you wasn't used to go. And if we pick it up, if you don't pick it up at senator, for example, we'll definitely pick it up at governor, let's say. So if someone says something new and still says no to your town, please just be aware that we say it in order to give yourself a better chance in future promotions as well, not just that one.
Okay. John G would like to speak. So he's only doing text only. So please, post it in request to speak. Our current city's grandfathered is his question. I don't know what you mean.
Like the
exactly
one
by
that
that.
currently? So
What are you referring to?
For it would apply to any future promotion. So I'll take PMW City as an example. It's applied for Premier.
Governor.
Oh, governor.
It's applied for governor. I think it's 6 times or so. So it would still apply to PMW City. So any future would have to wait 28 days.
Because any future submissions, then the script would be triggered to check how long that cooldown block is.
Kitty's up next.
Kitty is next.
Alright, so for example, in PMW's case, would it count? Would the rule apply retroactively? And by that, I mean
Yes. So
if
yes,
PMW
as
has
PMW
been up
applied.
6 times, does that mean that immediately when this rule is passed,
Yes, the
there's a cooldown?
very next time it would have to.
That's what John G just explained. Yeah.
If it's already on the batch, we're not going to take it off the batch. But from as soon as it is implemented, it will apply to any future submissions.
Okay.
And gods, I'm guessing you're gonna have to write some code to enforce.
I should be able to get it done at some point this week.
I cannot wait for you to add even more code to that ball of.
Make it 18 parameters.
Just for context for everyone, for all members, Gods has a really long, complicated script for doing all the automation for city rank. It's very useful, but the actual code is
crash.
I believe the technical term is it works.
Or it certainly does. Except that, the maintaining it might be an issue. But
I'll put comments in there.
Okay. Okay. So unless there are any further comments, it sounds like we're approving this. So we want to try to move on from
I
this.
think Janji's adding more on his point, I think, in discussion.
We are ignoring discussion channel.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Right. Onto space.
Wait,
Space.
Kitty.
Okay.
Hang on.
5C.
Oh, no, we just did Kitty.
Yeah, we
Kitty,
just
you-
we
okay,
just did Kitty.
Sorry.
We're good.
Sorry, just catching up. We're good.
Okay. Space World. I posted a poll in survey.
Bringing back Space World.
That seems to be there's a significant amount of people who'd rather see Space World gone, but we need to make a decision on whether to save Space. I'll add on to this. There's a topic in section 10. I will be doing maintenance probably tomorrow, maybe Tuesday. I haven't decided completely what the day will be. It will expand the RAM disk by a couple gigabytes to give it more space and give us a bit more leeway. Potentially, by doing this, it will give us enough space we can add Space World back if we want to. But I guess the discussion here is it really useful to even have it back on is a question. And that is a topic for this.
I say yes.
Surprise.
I say yes. Bring back Space World.
I know Tom's.
I think it may be best just put this to a pure public vote.
We did.
We did. We did already.
All right, yeah, we did.
We did.
It lost.
Yeah.
See, democracy never works.
3/4 of the people did vote to remove the space world, although saying that the context that was that we didn't have RAM space. So I guess another question makes sense, knowing that you can expand it. I don't know.
No. I think you're suggesting that there was bias because because we ran out of space. But I mean,
it's been gone.
I did pose a question because there was a potential. There was a potential for the space world to come back. Like I wouldn't post this unless I thought there would be potential for it to come back. So
this is also we also posted this like before we knew how much RAM disk space we were going to need, right? Like This was in the middle of the render.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, and this is also something that we discussed would have been a possibility at the last GSM, or the last one that I was able to come to, which was whenever.
Okay.
Yeah, like that, it was mentioned then. So, yeah,
I'm all for keeping it. I mean,
we've had a vote on it, and like
Yeah, I would say if that
Not
also
hurt
if
anyone by having it exist though at a certain point. Like even if you vote no on it, it's not like having the space world adversely impacts your experience on.
Well, no, I get that.
I mean,
What-
but
what-
it's
what-
been
if-
disabled for
if-
some time, and like nobody's noticed. Really.
Well, I
they
think
know,
the more
but
thing
I
is
don't
like
think it's
people have
affected
noticed.
anything.
People have noticed. I've seen
Out
quite a
of
few
all
times.
of the worlds, it was the least developed one.
Again, I think that if such a substantive amount, like 75% that did like not mind having it gone, I don't understand why it's such an issue of having it gone.
Okay, so hold on. I think that okay, I will say that the one reason you may not want the space world back is it does decrease the potential for expanding other worlds. Particularly the one I can think of is if map world gets to a point, or I think I can see this sometime in the future where it runs out of space. So by having space world there, it's not a lot of space, like it's only like 300 megabytes, but it's still it's not an insignificant amount.
But then you can say the same thing about the old world, really.
No, because
no,
the
I'm
old
saying,
world
I'm
has
saying
historical significance.
it does
The
have
old
historical
world is
significance, but
used.
we don't build the amount of stuff where people doing stuff on there is very minimal as much as the space world. I'm just
It's
using that
very
as context.
connected, though.
That's the context. So
Look at the
that's
number of flights between. It's very connected, whereas the space world is sort of its own thing as well.
that's fine, but I'm saying if it's just for flights, you could say the same thing about the space world. It's just for rockets. So I'm just saying.
No.
Hold on,
That's
hold
what I'm
on.
saying. I need the arguments for. I can see why the space world, if it needs to go, then that's fine. But I still see people using it. I still see people going on there just because it isn't used as much as the others.
It is, but you can but Robin, it is. I don't think you can agree. It is out of all of the worlds.
Yeah,
it
I
is
can
the
agree
least.
that it's the least used. I can agree it's the least used.
And it's.
But I'm saying that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying just get rid of it just because it's the least used and all that stuff. I'm saying.
But we had a vote. Like there was a question.
We had a vote.
And 3/4 of people. Yeah, we did, and it was pinned. It's pinned in the public agenda. 3/4 of people on that question said the space world should be removed.
But then the 34
It was
people don't care. So
46
people want
to
to
16. It's not. It's not controversial.
Not really, because then now you're ignoring 34 people.
Well,
No, the 34 votes doesn't mean they don't care. It's just that either it doesn't necessarily mean you don't care. It just means you don't have an opinion on it. That also could mean that we don't know the true intentions of that vote.
There was
if that's the case,
Okay.
No, I'm saying no.
Hold
listen,
up, please hold on. Please stop. I want to remind all the staff members that this result is not binding, and it is just a snapshot of people's opinion. We don't have to follow the opinion if necessary. So just please keep that in mind.
I mean, I think I understand that we don't have to, but
I'm just saying. There was even in the vote. I'm not saying we should it's obviously it's not something like that's binding or whatever, but 3/4 said it should be removed, and there was also a no opinion thing, a no opinion reaction, and yes, it was about maybe a third of people reacted with the no opinion, but it's still it's not that people, it's not, how can I phrase?
It's still a significant number. I'm trying to. Let me finish.
Robin, please do not yell. Please do not yell.
Stop not need to yell here. Okay.
I'm not.
You do not need to yell.
I'm not yelling. I'm literally not yelling. If my mic is loud, then I apologize. I'll try and turn it down. But what I'm trying to say is that if we're gonna do the vote again, then take out the opinion thing, because that's not a factor in it. So you'd rather have a vote that says literally yes or no. That's how I see if we do it again. If people want it gone, then people can get rid of it. That's fine. But I'll
Okay,
also
I'm
say
gonna-
just let people. I'll also say just let people have the opportunity to take stuff out first because there's quite a significant amount on there that's been built. That's all I wanted to say.
I'm gonna steer the conversation a little differently here. There was some talk outside of this of if the space world was to return, could there be anything that could make it more useful for more members of the server? Some ideas that were brought up was perhaps adding things like planets or planetoids, or other I don't know if there are any other incentives that could encourage more development on the space world. If that can happen, then I think that might be a good argument for doing that. But Tom, since you're here, I actually don't know this. What is the reason why we don't allow those sort of things on that world?
It was the concern of space. For when we put the space world up, it was one of the requested things because we had a lot of people building spaceships on the old world, so we wanted to move it into its own separate world. So having these large planetoid objects would take up space for the space given on the available on the server on those worlds, because remember what was it, the space world, the game world, and the lab world was probably was it the same or just doubled the old world?
It was originally about the same, and then it got doubled later.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, originally, yeah, it was the same. So, having these huge objects, but if we want to, now it's doubled. Maybe if we want to triple it, we could probably put maybe a moon or something. Use like end blocks or something to kind of make a moon or a large planetoid.
I will say we don't have the space to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe in the current size, we would have to move some ships out of the way to do it. To make maybe a planet, or maybe an option would be if we did maybe instead of bringing back the space world, maybe doing like a planet, like a different planet, like something kind of like the end world or
like an alien world or something.
We could
world,
just have the end as a dimension instead of, the space world.
Or the take
Well, no, actually,
what biome is that? That's all clay.
Mesa?
The Mesa biome?
Yeah, the Mesa biomes. Make the whole thing Mesa biome.
The Mars world.
Yeah, like Mars or.
And would this world then also be the place where we put spaceships on?
Yeah, because I was thinking there's quite a few spaceships on
Although
there.
I will say one of the advantages of the space world as it exists, I don't think that Minecraft, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that Minecraft stores air blocks in region. So if you were to make a...
You are incorrect, Castle.
Oh, they do store air?
Yeah, because the size of the games world, which is about the same size, is the same as the space world, and it doesn't matter whether it's air or not.
I think there's a lot of compression going on though.
Yeah, the one difference where the compression does work is Dynmap, because I can see the difference. For example, the games world Dynmap is a certain size, but the space world Dynmap is much less because it's mostly just black pixel.
Mm-hmm. So,
my only issue
the only thing.
Friendly reminder: we have two on the speaker queue that we have to get to after
let's
this.
try to. Tom, can you just finish your point because we do need to move on.
I think the only thing we would lose from the space world would be Starbase 1 because it takes up pretty much the whole 255 blocks. But we can replace it with, say, Space City or something.
Okay.
And I would say try your best at a
here's a question.
Science fiction type space city or town or something.
Here's a question. Although it wouldn't really cover space stations, would we be opposed to having like spaceships built either above people's towns in the new world?
No.
Or
No.
in the lab world?
No.
I think Tom brings up a good point of why the space world's there, and I kind of forgot this actually. It's because I've had people since the space world has left, I have at least one request where people are asking, "Well, can I build spaceships on the new world?" I think we'd rather want to avoid that. So yeah, there is a use for the space world. It's for people to build spaceships, and I think whether or not it's going to be this space world or maybe an alien-like world, we don't know. But I mean, we can decide that. Let's just go through the speakers, and then maybe we can. After that, we can. I'm not gonna allow any more speakers after this because we do want to move on. So first, who's the first speaker? Sorry? Volpe? Okay, go ahead, Volpe.
Hello? Okay.
Hello.
Okay, of all the times to blank out, it has to be now. I had 3 things that I kind of came up with. I would suggest that if we are going to put it to a vote again, I would suggest doing a new one without this time the context of basically we need to because of space constraints.
We're not going to do another vote. I'm not going to put this.
Secondly, if we are going to get rid of it, I would suggest giving it some kind of last hurrah, possibly for the 7th anniversary. Do some kind of re-roll the building contest up with it. Do a building contest on the space world, give it a burst of usage, and then kick it off the server into space, if you would.
Okay, that's certainly an idea.
It's an idea, but it's kind of like a wasted of building.
That would also give a chance to anybody who wants to grab their spaceship they built or something on it.
I will also note I was going to also put the space world up for world download anyway.
Oh, there you go.
If it was completely removed, so I mean.
I was thinking this is kind of just more of a pipe dream, but if the space world sticks around, we do allow planets. I was thinking we don't actually turn it into a Mars landscape. It would be interesting if we built a replica of the server underneath it, like a curved planet that's supposed to replicate the landscape of the server. That'd be kind of an interesting collaborative thing, but it's not really very utility based or really useful at all.
That would be a huge map.
Yeah, it would have to be downsized, of course.
My only concern or issue
I
with
think
the
we're going
second point you
slightly out of
brought up.
scope of this.
Yeah,
topic.
I was going to say the only scope with the last hurrah, if I'm not saying we get rid of the space world, if we get rid of the space world, is that it's like you're building all that stuff and then it's getting rid of. So it's kind of like a time waster, if that makes sense, unless you plan to download the world afterwards.
I mean, you would download it, I would say, or save it as a schematic and maybe move it to your lab before it,
But then you're putting a whole load of stuff into the lab world. So that's what I'm saying. There's a whole space issue there.
I would make it schematicing only.
I would say if we're gonna do the revamp, I wouldn't say revamp and kick, because if you're gonna revamp it, then people would want to see the builds afterwards and actually want to visit it and keep it for a while.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. That's my only concern with the second point.
Okay.
Other than that,
Okay, I'm gonna cut discussion off here. I think what we're gonna do is I think at the very least for the short term, I will be re-adding the space world for at least people who want to move their builds off, or at least, or if we want to do any sort of, if someone wants to do some sort of event or on there. I think we're agreed, Tom, that we're not going to have time to add any sort of, like, we're not going to change the rules on the space world. Is that like at least agreed there? Like,
yeah, right now. Yeah.
For now? Okay. So it'll be added there temporarily. There's no guarantee. I will not guarantee the space world will still be there. Yes?
Well, is there, I understand the reason of bringing it back possibly for the chance for, like, people can get their builds, but is there any, because I feel like we have quite a bit of people who kind of, even I'm not talking about public, I mean, just also among staff who also just kind of don't think it should be back either. I'm just wondering what was the decision, like,
Sorry, you cut off there. Can you?
I not excluding the public poll. Like, we think we still have a decent amount of people among staff who kind of don't feel that there's a reason for it to be put back. And yes, either the claim that we want to get our builds off of there. I think the counterpoint to that is you are going to put a world download for it, so I don't see no reason to.
it makes it easier for them to get the download off there, if it's on the server,
it might be more difficult because you do have to ask staff to get to world edit, then make it a schematic, and then you have to
No, if you're in, if you have schematic, which, again, we don't have.
We don't. Schematica isn't available.
Schematica isn't updated.
Yes,
Right.
Schematica is not updated. It'll be easier for the world to be online and just world edit it over.
No,
That's the way I'd see it.
As for permanent keeping, I think we can just. I think we should.
Well, no, my point was. Well, my point was rather it just be easier that if we just have world download, people can get it themselves through clients that world edit on the single player rather than having staff to do it. Because I feel like there is a decent amount of staff who kind of don't see the point in having it back even temporarily.
But what about the people that want to add stuff to the server?
There's a non-zero amount of people who want it there, and if I'm able to put it on there for at least a short time, then why not?
Then would it be discussed again at the August GSM, or how long? Because I think if we don't set a time limit, it'll just kind of stay there for.
Yeah, no. I'm putting it temporarily if people want to take builds off there. That's all the purpose of this is going to be.
Well, I know. I'm just wondering. I'm wondering, yeah, I understand. That is the purpose, and I understand that. But how long would that window be open? Because I feel like
I don't know because I don't know what because again, there are ideas of what to do about the space world. One option is to revive the space world and try to encourage development on it. If that happens, then there's definitely more reason to keep the space world. The second option is to do that sort of alien world thing, and that would be a little different because we'd have to sort of rework the world a little bit to allow that. The one point I'm trying to think here is if we get rid of the space world, I know most people don't think it's useful, but the one thing it is useful for is if people want to build spaceship, it prevents them from building it on the new world, which is, I think we can all agree we don't want.
The thing is, though, there's been so little activity on it. At this point, we may as well just, there's other things that we may as well just have a world for, which would probably get used about the same amount. I think the only time I've ever gone on the space world,
what exactly?
I don't know. Well, the point is, it's I've very, very, very rarely see people on it, and I haven't. It's just taking up space. I think we can keep it for a bit, just for people to grab builds. But as for a long-term thing, I don't think it should be kept for more than a couple months.
Can we let Kitty make a comment because he's been waiting for a minute?
Sure.
Kitty, go ahead.
All right, so I really don't understand this whole drive to kill the space world. Honestly, yes, not a lot of people use it, but I don't understand why we have to ruin it for all the people who do use it. If it is not possible, or if it is not feasible for the server to host it because it's running out of space, or if there is a better use for that space, for example, expanding the maps world, and that interest overrides that of the space world, then I can understand removing the world. But just because we don't go around to every inactive town on the new world and nuke it to the ground because no one uses it, and let's say the city of Kalmar on the old world. No one goes to Kalmar. No one uses Kalmar. No one builds in Kalmar. It's irrelevant, but we don't tear it down to the ground because no one uses it. And I feel the same way about the space world.
Well, the difference I think
not many people care about the space world or build on the space world, but some people do. And why should we take away that? Why should we take that away from them?
There was a considerable amount of people that voted whether to keep it or remove it. I don't think it's a I mean, it's not really a major issue, but it's not something people don't care about.
And I think furthermore, to I think demonstrate a difference between the space world and your example that you've cited is not only the cultural significance of it, but also one pro argument of getting rid of the space world or keeping it, get rid of, was to leave the door open for possibly expanding the map world or expanding other things.
And also the old world does get used.
If that's a thing that we want, if
Okay.
we want to expand the map world, then get rid of the space world. But as long as that's not a thing that's being discussed right now, then I don't think that's a reason.
I'm going to put my foot down here. I'm going to add the space world temporarily. It's not going to hurt anyone from having it there. If at a later time that we do want to expand the other worlds, such as the map world, then at that point we can then discuss removing the space world at that time. Does that sound? Do people have any very strong objections to this? Because I mean,
I think there's one thing I'd like to say. I don't think that because what I suspect might happen if we bring the space world back is that new members may come on and then they may start to build on it, and then all of a sudden it might just happen that, oh, we need to expand the map world, time to get rid of the space world, and then new people will be like, what? So I mean, all we're basically doing is just pushing back the date that we're going to have to take it down anyway. So, in my opinion, I think it'd just be easier to just do it now, get it out of the way.
Okay.
And another thing I'd like to say is with regards to the point on the old world does actually get used for things like the Amazing Race. Like those cities that there do get visited. We've visited like Isotasi and all sorts of stuff. So
my point is,
space world though.
But
even if we never
use.
even if we never visited, like let's say that weren't true about, for instance, the city of Kalmar, we still wouldn't nuke it to the ground. We don't go around to every inactive place and be like, A, does this place have sentimental value? B, do people ever visit this place for games and stuff? And if the answer is no, we don't just say, all right, well then it does not deserve to continue existing. Now, yes,
Also,
I agree.
I would
The
say
map
for-
world, I think the map extension of the map world, if the map world is running out of space, would take precedence over the space world. But you have to have a reason to get rid of the space world that's better than no one uses it. Because some people already have builds on the space world. Some people want to use the space world. And if the space world isn't having an adverse impact on the people who aren't using the space world, then we shouldn't ruin it for the people who do want to use it. Again, if we want to expand the map world, then I think that takes precedence. But
So,
I don't.
I mean-
other than for that specific reason, and when that happens, I don't see why the space world needs to go.
I mean, I think it's inevitable that it will go eventually. So, I mean,
Well, it is because a
some
lot
point
of
we may need
people
to
said
expand
they
it.
wanted it to go. That's the thing. If we suddenly turn around and be like, "No, we're keeping it," it's going to be like, "But people wanted it to go."
Okay, hold up, Mind Man. I'm gonna stop you right there. Again, this is not a binding thing. Like the point Kitty's trying to make here, and I do understand what he's trying to say here, is it's basically a majority of people have said they want it removed, but there's still people who want the world there, and
I'll also
this debate's getting too long to be really honest.
I want to say something here. Is that regarding the games feature? I understand if people want to visit the old world for games, but again, that's not an everyday thing. I would say that's once every 3 to 4 months.
I disagree because we play games all the time.
I'm saying it's not an every. I'm not going on to the old world to build. That's an everyday thing. Games is not an everyday thing.
I think
it is. I'm gonna be honest that it is.
But yeah, that's my stance.
All right,
I actually agree.
I think this has kind of reached the point of irrelevance.
Yeah,
though.
I'm with.
You know
Phil,
what?
but we should cut this off.
I am cutting this off. I'm going to make this a decision on my own. This is why I hate democracy.
I'll just add,
because this is what happens.
I'll just add for the record that the RAM increase that Frumple's doing is pretty big in terms of world expansion abilities. So this isn't something that is an immediate issue. But yeah, I think we just need to. I think Frumple just do it when it becomes necessary.
Yeah, I'll decide. I won't make it. I'll decide later.
Okay.
About this. Well, tomorrow, I guess, because that's when I'll do the maintenance.
Right. Okay. 5D.
Okay. 5D. Let's be happy with the 7th goddamn anniversary.
It's been 7 years. Woo!
Yeah.
Okay.
So the only events that people seem to want, a game show of some sort, a building competition, Kahoot, whatever that is. I think I've seen.
That's
and
the
Jackbox
that's that
game.
quiz game.
It's that quiz stuff.
Family Feud. Chief. Okay.
Yeah. So
Has that ever been run before?
Not on here, as far as I know. So if that's something that we want to do, I can put a survey together and get it sent out ASAP. Venifly is asking.
I will say it has been attempted, by the way. I would say there's some precautions. You might need a threshold for what answers are acceptable and what.
Oh yeah, no, it's not going to be just everything goes straight in. No, I had to run a game of Feud for Res Life, so yeah. No, I think that'd be fun. Just do like some questions related to MRT history, some questions that are just funny. So, I would need a crew member to assist with it. So,
Do you have a specific date, or is that still kind of up in the air?
Let me pull up my calendar because then I can tell you.
But when is the anniversary again, Frumple? Because everyone has 2 days.
No,
It is technically the 13th. It is technically
July 13th.
Not even technically, it is.
It is.
People like to argue it's the 14th. Just saying.
But it is the 13th.
I think the problem is it when I opened the survey, it was very late on the 13th. So, like it was only like literally maybe a few hours before it was already the 14th in most time zones. So,
But still, okay. So let me look at that.
Okay.
So yeah, so I can run the game maybe on the 14th because it looks like there's a lot of games happening on the 13th. So the 14th is the Sunday.
Okay.
So
wait, sorry, the 13th you said?
14th.
14th? Okay, that's good because I'm thinking Jackbox on 13th. I can't do any. I'm trying to leave. I'm probably not going to be able to do any events on the 14th. So if other people want to do those sort of things, I don't know other staff if you want to do anything.
May be able to.
Okay.
I might be able to weakest link. I don't know yet.
We'll see if I do something. I don't know.
Yeah, Chief, I can probably help you.
Thanks.
Staff, would this be something maybe closer to the anniversary we could discuss again? Maybe in staff chat.
Yeah, we can just do that in Discord.
Okay. So basically, right now, at the moment, Family Feud on the 14th, I'll do it in order. So, Lines opening, I'll do an anniversary stream in Jackbox Games on the 13th, and Family Feud on the 14th. Yeah, like if someone wants to do like a building competition or run Kahoot, or another game show, like Yoshi might be suggesting, then feel free to suggest and add it on there.
Cool.
Not now though.
Fortunately, I'll be on an airplane all day, July 14th.
Yay!
Yay!
5F. 5F.
5E.
Wow.
Turn your alphabet, boy.
Okay, let's move on. Okay, so 5E. Oh boy, this one. Okay.
What is this about? I don't get it.
StarCube sent. We should open the document. StarCube sent a document suggesting improvements to Central City Park. Mainly, these are accessibility changes because there's some concern that guests are coming on here and they don't know, they're getting lost. They don't know where to go exactly.
I mean, I think Yoshi incorporated. I don't know how many of these you incorporated, Yoshi, but you should go through some of these.
This is very detailed.
It is.
10 points.
Though I will comment on one thing. I know that StarCubed has done some analysis of guests that have joined for a certain period, but the problem is, it's good that he's trying to collect data. The problem is we're not able to compare it to like another time period. So we don't know exactly if we can't tell exactly if this means that Central City Park is causing guests to just leave the server. And
also another point, the data, since it's a lot of the guests who joined in that data that he collected haven't had yet the time to become members. So the statistic he's provided is just like invalid. We can't use that
Yeah.
at all.
True. That said, I do think that the intent of Star Cubed, I think it's still worth trying to make Central City Park as accessible as possible, though. I still think that it's something I complained about probably earlier. I think maybe
Probably some sort of map or something.
I still.
I was actually thinking more of trying to gear it toward, like, personally, I think the old world spawn was probably one of the better. Like, I would like to, because all the information was easy to access and the warps were easy to find. For Central City Park, I don't see that. Really.
I mean, I still
If you go to spawn right now, there has actually been like changes that have
Yeah,
been done.
Yeah, I have been made a few changes according to Star Cubes, but I still largely, I think, disagree with the fact that it's not accessible. I guess when there are clear signs to tell you where things are, including warps. While I do understand that, having the warps on in Spawn Station would be easier for some people, the feasibility of that in the design of Central Park is not possible. And I know people will say we can just flatten out the top a little bit, change design, overhaul, but the main goal of Central Park was to keep the natural shape of the land it was for, not just for the fact that the rest of Central City is flat. We wanted this area to have that kind of natural shape to it.
I disagree with. I don't think it's very clear, the signage, honestly. It's very easy to get lost in. It's because if you're standing away from it, you don't know what that. It's hard to read, to be honest. And
yeah,
also,
I mean, spawn, like you are within reading distance of it. You are within a distance where it's very obvious what you can read. It's not like it's miles away. It's right.
And even if like it's not visible to read from this distance, you can just like kind of walk.
Okay. Sorry, maybe I'm not making my point. Maybe I'm not making my point correctly. I'm more talking about an organizational point of view. Like comparing this to Old World Spawn, it's not. I don't think it's easy to find the information you want.
Then again, you weren't trapped in a box, per se.
Well,
we got rid of.
So on Old World Spawn, like the only thing that you really have more access to on Old World Spawn is the warps, because the information board is.
It's close.
Well, it's out of date. It's out of date now. It's out of date now, but back then, that was where most we actually had stuff on there that the website didn't even have. Right. So.
Should we start clearing this speaker queue, because we've got a few people on it?
Sure, but I just want to make one other point. The warps, however, I do agree definitely. Especially the warps that are downstairs, you have to go through a spiral staircase. We need to do something about that.
Or you take the walk to
or you take the elevator.
I want to move them out. I don't want to have them take.
I will before we.
The issue is there are quite a few because we have how many terminus?
There's so many warps that realistically it's not viable to move them.
Or 40 terminus warp.
And we're adding new lines all the time.
And the warp to new warps, the warp to warps is literally about 10, 15 blocks away from spawn.
I would also like to see that redesigned.
I would really want to see a centralization of the warps. Like put all the warps in near one spot, and the portals.
I just think that it's just the thing is it's just not feasible. It's not realistic to do that with the space that we're given.
They used to be all in one place, and then we moved a lot of them up to ground level
because that was a complaint that was made as a prior GSM. That was made as a prior GSM that those warps weren't vertical, so we moved those up here to accommodate to that complaint. But now that we move them up, we seem to get another plane that people want them all together, and a contradiction between those two complaints.
I still think it's worth trying to do. To be honest, let's go to this.
Okay. But the thing I have with that is, if you want to try and do it, then okay. But the thing is, we just don't have the space for it. Like, how do we start? There's no.
Can we just make a? I was thinking maybe making where the portals are, make a vertical building on top.
No.
I'm
skyscraper. No,
I'm not talking about a skyscraper, but something that has more.
Yeah.
More
Let me
based on
build We could build down. That would.
Yeah, we could go
or
down.
down. Yeah, down could work too. If
I mean,
there's
there is an
if there-
elevator just here.
Yeah,
but
like I said, if you want more space, you're just gonna have to rebuild the whole area, and that's a whole load of long.
I know. I do realize it's going to be a lot of work, but
Yeah. I can take I can take one of the copies from the staff world and kind of redesign it and take a look at ways to make it more central.
I mean, it's. I don't have a problem with just building like a pit above where the portals are and putting warps down there. Like, if you think that would make it more accessible, that wouldn't be too.
Can we
I would also say that
clear the
you
queue of
would
people wanting to speak?
Okay. Let's go through the queue. Please try to make your comment brief, but let's go to Minecrafter first. Is he actually in here? Or is he typing it out?
He's known as in Discord. Yeah.
Actually, underscore is he can't hear us. So
he's deafened.
So we can't. Okay, let's skip underscore for now. Who's after?
John G.
Okay, John G. He can. John G can type it in.
While it's typing, I was gonna say you also have to think about the MRT stations at the bottom as well. Like,
Well, yeah. I mean, as far as accessibility, the MRT
Banshee isn't in the
stations
channel,
being at-
guys. Banshee isn't in the channel.
As far as accessibility, the MRT stations being at the bottom also sucks, but that's something we literally can't change.
Dalton is up next.
I say I can take one of the copies and kind of do something to make it more central.
I mean, like I said, Tom, like Yoshi and I don't.
Central when you pop in. When
Like,
you pop in.
we don't have a problem with doing that. We just kind of need like specific, things to do, because I don't want to get into the situation like last time where it's, oh, make these changes, make these changes, make these changes, and now we're thinking about reverting changes that we made before. So I just want it to be clear what we're.
We can do it.
Because I think we can. I think I have some ideas where we can kind of make all our goals. Because I'm in agreement too with trying to keep the land as original as possible, but on the other hand, I see where having some centralization, where some organization where pop in and a new player knows where to go.
I mean, the thing is, the idea that I think guests get lost or confused in Central Park, I think is just. I don't think that is really a big issue at all.
Yoshi, the problem is we don't have evidence of whether.
The reason I believe that is just for the fact that whenever I see a new guest going, because we always, when we do see new guests join, like we do the SMS check on them, not only just in case, like, as a joke, like, oh, are they in alt or whatever. Often they either just, walk out and find a single city, like, just to check a surrounding area, or they'll ask, oh, where is this, and someone will answer them. I've never really seen a guest get lost Central Park, or even if they do, and they don't ask us, I don't think it's that big of an issue.
That's the problem. If they don't ask us, we don't know.
But then we shouldn't assume that
I'm on the side of assuming that they do.
And I don't think we should assume, because then we're trying to solve an issue which creates further more issues that we're trying to solve that don't exist.
No, I'm sorry, Yoshi. I completely disagree. Like, I think it's still worth trying to improve this Central City Park, and trying to make it as easy as possible as we can make it. It's very possible that this is not a problem, but why not try it?
I mean, I think what we can do, what would be the easiest, is so everyone knows hopefully where the world portals are. We just fit basically everything that we can into like that area going down. So at least that way it's all in one place. And like, obviously we can leave the stuff that already exists too, but at least just have that one area where everything is, central.
Okay. Let's go. Sorry.
Real quick.
We need to get through the queue here. Sorry, Tom. Underscore. Please post your message. I'll read this out. Underscore says back at I think the March of April 2018 GSM, I made that awful proposal to re-enable firework. What?
What?
Does this
What
have
does that have
anything?
anything to do with this?
Is this related at all? Or-
Yes, it's background. Keep reading.
Okay. I made that awful proposal to rename fireworks for member, which got changed to having signs that spawned directing new members to the Welcome Center for Warps. But that didn't get carried over onto the next seasonal change of Central Park. I just want to comment on how this has happened before, but did not actually continue commented on.
Can I will correct that, is that currently all versions of Central Park do have signage to direct people to the Welcome Center. I know that is 100% for sure, because there are two signs when you do /spawn, and one of them does direct you to the Welcome Center.
So that's just related to the different versions of Central Park, not.
Yes,
it's different.
That seems easy enough to.
Yeah, and to my knowledge, they all do actually have markings. If you go to /spawn, it's the first sign to the left, and all spawns should have that sign.
Okay.
I think this still.
I'm confused about what the queue is right now. Is Kitty?
No,
I see Elite Kitty and Volp.
Yeah, Adult Disneyland is up, and then Kid, and then Elite.
Okay, so Adult, you have the floor right
now. Okay, you have the roll now.
Yep.
You can say stuff.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to say I've seen a couple down Central Park. So like when they say the signage is improving, I think it's getting there. I don't think it's all the way there, because I feel like there's a little bit more improvement in signage, but I feel like signage is getting there. I feel like some of the requests that were made in the proposal are kind of like, like we need to centralize everything to a point of where like it would be combining the Welcome Center and what's under Central Park. And I think that I disagree with this point, just because if we improve signage, they'll be able to find things, and guests have to stay a guest for like a week or two anyway until their application is read. So if they're unwilling to walk like 20 blocks in either direction, it would seem like they are not cut out to wait for the period that it would take to get member. So I just think that like centralization, yeah, it's important to like add signage, but I don't think that necessarily everything needs to be in one place. If we like make it clear, this is where you find this is where you find this. And then because it's just a matter of like walking.
Let me put this forward. Would it just be easier, maybe not necessarily centralization, but also moving the warps and portals closer to for just anyone, so it's less walking for them?
I mean, I don't even think it's that much. The thing is, if we do move it to,
I mean, I wouldn't. If you want to move the portals, I would say don't move the portals. Just move the spawn point to like under the path.
Well, the thing is,
I'm mostly talking about the worlds are okay. I'm mostly talking about the warp locations right now.
Well,
like
the thing is, if you want to move the warps, want to move the warps to next to the other warps, it'd actually be a farther distance than it is now, just because the warp to all warps is much closer.
I'm trying to. I'm professing this with I want to avoid warps to warps, because I don't think that I don't like that idea. It seems jarring for the person to use.
I will say I respectfully disagree with that, because I don't think it's that jarring, because it does tell you where to go. It takes you directly where you want to go.
I mean, like I said, like if you want, I'll put the warps, under the patio things. They can all be in one place, and I think that would solve a lot of the problems, because it seems Starcube really did not like the warp room. He said my warps look like benches.
I don't know. It just feels like to me there's a lot of people who don't see an issue with that, including myself and a lot of staff.
Are these suggestions more or less a rant, judging by the language of this proposal?
No, it's. I don't think it's a rant. I think these. I will say this: when StarCubed suggested it might have been he was suggesting more of a revamp, and then after some discussion with Yoshi, he decided to tone down his suggestions to a point where it's just some little improvements here and there.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, though, I want to revamp the whole damn park, because it's, I don't know. That's my opinion.
Just in time for the new anniversary. Woo!
Yeah. But the thing is, someone has to do it, and I don't know because someone has to.
I just think that the work that has been spent on this park, not only just to make it look nice, but also to include the revamps that have happened in the past to make it more accessible, I think make the current Central Park very viable for the new guests, for current members, for everyone. And the issue of accessibility is not an issue.
I don't agree with that.
The reason I say that is just this is the first complaint I've gotten, like what we've seen since that old Central Park revamp for 3. And I can understand, let's say this is new, I can understand that, but I've talked to people on Mumble, asked people before. I haven't seen anyone else, at least many people, share the opinion that Central Park needs a whole revamp for the reason of accessibility.
I'm not saying it's a revamp. I'd say it needs improvement. There's room for improvement.
I mean, would you say?
Can we at least agree on?
I mean, would you say that if we centralize the info board, warps, and portals, would that be enough at least for?
I think that would be a significant improvement. Yeah. So maybe sorry, maybe revamp is a big word, but from all the things I'm seeing, it seems like a revamp might be necessary. That's the point I'm trying to make here.
I mean, the majority, I don't see the point of a revamp necessarily, because we just want to put everything in the same place. That's not too hard. Like, the majority of Central Park is just like train. Like, so I mean, putting everything in one place really wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be that difficult to.
Okay, this is just my opinion. I mean, it's up to you guys if you want to do it or not.
I mean, see, personally, I just wouldn't want to do it because I don't see a problem with it. But obviously, since it has gone to a GSM, we are discussing it now, and that's why I think it's public. Yeah. But personally, I just don't see an issue because I think there's so many people who have expressed to me that there isn't an issue, and that's at least my stance on it.
But clearly, Starcube has said it, and I'm agreeing with some.
Well, I mean, I understand that he has said it, but I feel like a lot of what he said is not really on basis ground for a lot of it, because I don't think the issue of accessibility is like I said, I haven't seen anyone, I haven't heard from anyone, and I've asked people if there is, and they haven't said there is. I just think there is no data to support changing.
I mean, I don't have a problem with centralized, like that's easy. I don't expect that it'll change very much, because ultimately the main thing that's going to be the driving force with, members is like, if they have a question, hopefully they ask about it. Because ultimately, even if we do put everything in one place, which again, totally open to doing, like if they still don't want to go and seek out that information, they're not going to find.
Okay.
You want to get the speaker queue done?
Yeah, let's get speaker queue done. Just so I'm clear here, I know that people might think just outside of this. I think people might think that this new format might be encouraging, but I personally think that it's just the nature of the topics. This particular GSM. So first the mature channel, and then the space world, which I didn't expect to be so polarizing, and then this thing. So just keep that in mind if we're going to consider this format, because I think the format's okay. There might be too many speakers perhaps, so we need to put a limit on that. But I think it's just this particular GSM has a lot of contentious topics. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Let's go on to so who's
J-Train?
J-Train? Let's go.
Excellent.
Okay. Yep, J-Train, go ahead. I'll mute you here.
All right, am I?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's two things I want to briefly mention. You guys were talking about Starcube's request as far as how it relates to like your ability just to navigate the park and figure out where things are, but that kind of ignores like one of the other parts of his request, that people just log on to Central Park, take one look around and decide, no, it's not for me, and leave because they can't really see anything because it doesn't look very inviting. And that's an issue that you're not going to hear reported, because the people who suffer from that issue, they go on a server and then they leave and we never hear from them again.
As a counterpoint to that, if a guest joins and it only takes one look around and leaves just based off of that, then that's what makes the decision whether they want to stay or leave. That person is not a fit for our server. I'm sorry if you can't take more than 1 minute to look around.
Whoa, Yoshi. Whoa. Really, Yoshi? You're gonna make that argument?
No, because what I'm saying is if you can't take 20 seconds to go over to the rep and read the sign, because what J-Train is saying is from spawn, you can't see and start fighting.
Well,
I disagree with that.
I could just clarify, are you referring to like just the aesthetic style or like the ability to find information?
A little bit of both. I mean, Starcube had a whole section about this where he mentioned how like you look in each of like the 4 directions and you don't really see anything that looks interesting.
I mean,
I don't know what you want us to put though.
You see Central City for the most part. Like that's not something that we have control over.
There's always going to be people who just join, look around for like a minute, and then leave. Like
from what I'm seeing, there's a lot of assumptions we're making on both sides here, right? Can you guys at least agree that there might be ways to make, as J-Train said, make it more inviting for people, and that does include perhaps better access to information or making it more easier to, if someone wants direction to where they should go, then maybe we should give them the option to. Some people may not want to take that; they just want to fly up and fly around.
I'm completely with you on if we could make like access to information easier, like that's fine. But if we want to start going into just like the design aesthetic of the park, I mean that's going to be so, subjective and open to interpretation that we'll be here for quite a while.
That is true.
Like if your issue is like you don't like the building style of the park, like I can't really do much on
that's
that.
not what we're arguing here. No, I'm okay with. I think that's not the style. It's just again accessibility.
No, and I agree with that. But I asked, because I asked J-Train, he said inviting. So I asked, are you referring to aesthetic, or are you referring to the aesthetic of the park, or are you referring to the access of information? And he said both. So that's why
I see. Okay.
I'd also like to add, when I'm talking about inviting, this is something that Starkey mentioned. You can't, when you first spawn, you can't see Central City. I think like one good improvement that should be made is that we should open up the sight lines so that when you spawn, you're presented with a better view than an information board.
But then again, that also competes with access to information, right? Because if our goal is access to information, then we want the first people to see thing that people see is how to get the information that they're looking for. So obviously those are two competing ideas. And I mean, at a certain point, if you do step to the left, you will see Central City.
There would have to be a balance, essentially.
And just one other, a different point I wanted to bring up is if we want to go think of ways we could improve this, a couple possibilities I've been thinking of is we could give we can let members like maybe Starcube work on their own version of Central Park and then show it to us and see if the changes that they made would be changes that we'd like to do. That way they can just like do what they think needs to be done and without actually like affecting Central Park until we've decided that it's a good idea, that it looks good to us.
I mean, if you want a copy of Central Park, like I would say the best thing that you could do is like
a single player.
I think there are copies on the lab world, or I guess I would make a schematic if people wanted that, but just keep in mind that like pasting Central Park with the way that World Edit is now is like a near server crashing event.
You could also
definitely multiple schematics. Like
another possible idea, I don't know if this would be, that might be more effort than it would be worth, but if you could like get a Central Park download available, like just Central Park or World's Just Central Park download to like all the members, and then there'll be a competition for who can make a best design improvements.
That would be quite a bit.
I mean, the issue with that then is we would have absolutely no control over it, right? Because then someone has to win. But, obviously we can write down every idea we want, but at a certain point, if we do that, then anything could...
I would rather have multiple people work together on making the best possible park instead of having one person doing it. So, again, as you're right, it is subjective, so people are going to have different opinions about what is the best way to convey information, what is the best way to keep the aesthetics, that sort of thing.
Kitty's up next.
Okay, let's go. Oh, sorry, was that who's next?
Kitty.
Okay, go Kitty.
So, with regards to accessibility, if you go to /spawn, the very first helicopter has to pass right by my building again every time I start speaking. But anyway, literally the first thing you see when you do /spawn is a board that gives you an arrow pointing towards the portals and an arrow pointing towards the welcome center. There is also a sign that if you right-click it, it gives you the website, it gives you the Dyn map, it gives you the staff email, it gives you the rules, it gives you the ranks link, and it gives you the application link. If you step about 10 blocks beyond it, there is an info board that welcomes you to the MRT. It gives the link to the subreddit, the link to the wiki, link to the Dyn map, information about the Mumble server, information about being a guest, the staff emails again.
Kitty, what's your point?
Reply command.
Like,
And then if you walk a little further down to the welcome center, there, which is if you walk a little further down to the welcome center,
Kitty, I'm gonna stop you there.
My point.
Kitty, what's the point you're trying to make here?
My point being that everything that you need to have with regards to accessibility is already here. The only thing I would say is that it should be more clear where all the warps are. For example, the sign here says MRT Welcome Center. It doesn't necessarily say that the warps are at the Welcome Center. If you were to add a sign that says all warps this way, then I feel like that would be adequate, because everything... There's a sign. My point is that there's a sign leading to everything, and all the information is already here, and I don't see the.
Okay. So I'm going to bring up this point, and I'm not sure if people are aware of this. I kind of see the accessibility sort of thing similar to user interface design. So in user interface design, just because something is there doesn't mean it's accessible or people will be able to find it. And I think that's the point Starkeep was sort of hinting at, but even though the sign is there, doesn't mean there can be ways to make it stand out more, or make it more like actually make people shift their eyes toward it. So that's yeah.
I think with the addition of the sandstone line guiding guests towards it, I think that kind of covers that point.
Yeah, I think. Like maybe not even sandstone. Maybe you could even make it a colored wool thing to make it stand out even more. Like something. It's worth having signs there, but I personally like the pathway. I think that's definitely easy for people to find and to just follow it to the warps or wherever they need to go.
I mean, really, the only thing that's not centralized is for the portals. It's right behind spawn, and for the warps, it's pretty much right in front of spawn. But like, it's pretty easy to access both. There is a guided path and signage leading you there. I don't think they necessarily have to be in exactly the same... I mean, in either case, it's like you walk 30 blocks from spawn along a guided path and you get to where you need to be. So I feel like Yoshi and Castle have already done quite a bit of work to make Central Park accessible. I mean... My only problem is that the warps are split into two different locations. The terminus warps are downstairs. There is a warp that goes to those warps that's right next to the spawn point, and the other warps were moved into the welcome center. If it's feasible to move those warps to be in the same location, I think that would make sense, but I don't really see that as a huge issue, really. I mean, both places are easily accessible, and it's... The only problem is the warp here that goes, it says to all warps. Maybe change that to just say to terminus warps, because that's what that goes to, and make an extra sign that says for other warps go to the welcome center, or make the welcome center the place for all of the warps.
I'd still be in favor of getting rid of the warp to the warps, because like right now it is just literally a fence with a plate on it. That's not the most obvious thing for people to go to.
I mean, the thing is, that's the... you were talking earlier about how to get downstairs, people would have to take the spiral staircase or the elevator, and having that easily accessible, like, that's about the most accessible as you can make the warps, having a warp to the warps right next to the spawn point.
I mean, like I said, I think the best solution for that would be warps up to the portals or the welcome center. It's just getting 36 terminus warps, but I mean it's.
And also with regards to this warp does get used by quite a lot of players. Just looking at the warp info command, this warp has 23,000 visits, which is an average of like 17 per day. So people know that it's there and people use it frequently. So it is accessible.
We do need to move on. It's been 3 hours right now.
Yep.
So can we at least let's put some. I'll get to people who want to speak in a bit, but can we at least agree that the warps downstairs need to get moved?
Yeah, I'll either move the terminus warps up into the welcome center or the portals, just depending on which is more feasible. Because the only issue with the portals is like if you go directly down, it's kind of like a weird natural formation where like part of it gets hollowed out. So I'm thinking the welcome center might be better.
Yeah, Adult Disneyland has a suggestion of putting on a second floor welcome center.
Yeah, second floor welcome center might be the best idea.
I mean, I would try to keep everything on the same floor. That's doable too. The only thing is that this iteration is a little larger than some of the other ones, but I would just need to make those larger. Then I think it'd be doable to fit.
Sorry, Cece, is there someone after Kitty? Jatron, I'm gonna have to cut discussion off because we need to move on.
Neon, that's it.
Elite, okay. Elite, you're the last person to speak on this, and then we're moving on.
Elite's on the channel.
Oh, he is in now. He's on the channel. Oh, he's typing. Okay. Well, he's typing.
Elite, do you need voice or are you just gonna?
Okay, guys, we can't keep on getting people to speak because we really need to move on.
There's so many topics to go.
There are a lot of topics, so I'm gonna have to cut it off here.
Elite, just skip the Elite.
Elite says he can't hear anything, so.
Okay, never mind.
Right, seaplanes. I'm automatically saying no to this because I agree with what Guts is saying.
I'm sorry, Volp. I know I know we may have missed you, but if you can leave it till the open floor at the very end because we do need to get on. Okay.
Yeah. Seaplanes on land.
Seaplanes. Can we just say no, please? Just no.
Yeah, just no. This is a pure no. Absolutely not. Sorry, no.
The worded proposal, no.
I did respond to John G saying his suggestion of actually sizing all these portions, that's not going to be feasible. I told John G to try an alternate proposal, but he hasn't really given me one.
I mean, no full piccolos, no right some later on, so it definitely encourage more interaction with that.
Okay. So just no?
Yeah, just no.
Yeah, just straight no. Next.
Okay. Next up is HVT wants to increase the warp train limit from 2,000 to 4,000 blocks.
I agree with this.
I agree.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This is like 4,000 tunnel-wise, not just
between stops.
Right?
Yes.
Between stops, yes.
It's not
Between stops.
necessarily tunnels.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I did. Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
No, it's just. I can see where he's coming from. I'm just worried about the seawater part. That's just the only thing. Just don't want to see like a giant tunnel going through water. That's all.
I'd like to suggest an alternate, which I think I mentioned somewhere, but I don't remember where. We could do this, or we could say, because the big issue the rule is trying to do is to prevent people from building like ground or above ground rails all over the place, which kind of use up a lot of land and kind of look pretty weird on the plan map. So maybe if we can make all underground rails unlimited, like intercity rails unlimited, but keep the limits for any ground or above ground rails.
I think we should maybe take a few comments on that just because
I don't know.
Sure.
We have
Sure,
a
we
lot
can
of
certainly do
work
that.
trained people here, and obviously that's modifying the proposal.
Yeah, I do also know most warp rails are underground anyway.
I mean, there is the case of what happens if a line goes from below ground to above ground, like for a
Also,
section. Do we?
That's true.
Also, what happens if we start allowing that? Let's say I'm gonna build from the northwest corner to the southeast corner, all underground, no stations. That's just my other concern there.
I mean, I think they still sent a proposal, so we would know.
Yeah,
Because,
that's what I'm saying. It would be very weird just to suddenly stumble on a tunnel that goes on for miles.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, underground is not really being used that much. Meg, on your point, I think this would only apply to completely underground rail lines. If they do start building above, then I mean, we could also agree to HVT's change and just increase it to 4,000 too. Like we could do this and make the underground change.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think unlimited is wise. I still think the limit is quite good.
Okay.
So to clarify something real quick,
That's just how I.
Are you still going to ask for them to propose the lines even though it's under, just to make sure that they're following? Because I at least make sure people don't do like a rail line from one corner to the other, all underground.
I'm actually not sure. I don't know if we want to do that or not. It's a bit of a
Because the current rules, they have to propose, I believe, before they even get approved.
It would at least try to alleviate what Robin would say. It would
Yeah,
alleviate that happening.
But I can
I
see
know someone would do that.
I can see it is a bit of a chore for the warp rail line. Actually, let's get Kitty's opinion right now. So go for it, Kitty.
Okay, yeah. So, my opinion with regards to first, I do agree that it makes sense for it to be unlimited for underground. I don't think the idea that someone is going to build a line between two world borders is really realistic. I mean, really the only instance I've ever heard cited of someone making an absurdly long line is Cody, and I feel like that's the kind of thing that could be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. But, and yeah, underground, you're not really taking up land. Underground is the place under the land, and, especially for lines, I know Frumple, you had a specific problems with lines having long segments underwater. I feel like if anything, a long segment underwater, that's the underground land that's the least likely to be used. But anyway, so assuming that there's still going to be a limit for above ground lines and whatnot, I do support HVT's proposal to make it 4,000 because I understand the desire to not have lines cutting across like the entire world, but like I know in HVT's proposal he measured out certain 2,000 long distances, and if you really look at it, 2,000 isn't a very long distance. Like, I had to submit a proposal in order to have the line approved between Covina and Northburg, and that's about like half the distance between Covina and Airchester. So that's not really that long of a distance, and that distance is just over 2,000 blocks. So I think 4,000 would be a much more reasonable limit if we are going to have a limit still.
Okay. Was there anyone else in the queue?
That was it.
Okay.
That was it. I was gonna say, I understand that it would not be like an everyday occurrence, and yes, it could be a case by case. But I feel like just to make sure that we don't ever have to get to that case, it will just be easier if you want to send a line that crosses like half of the server. At least the server staff are aware, and then we can approve it and just be like, there it is. It doesn't have to be like a GSM per se. But we can just approve it there and then.
The problem,
That's how I see it.
the problem that I see with that is that makes it tend to be more. I'm in favor of everything being less restrictive for warp trains, which, obviously I own a warp train company, obviously that's going to be my opinion. But what I think is going to happen if we do that, is it's going to default to the more restrictive position. I know there have been examples. Fred brought up to me an example. He was proposing a line and which would try to cut around some inactive towns, and he received a response which basically rejected it because the staff didn't want him going around those towns. And I think he should be allowed to do that. I understand that you're afraid of the worst case scenario, but my issue is that in trying to prevent that worst case scenario, there are going to be a lot of lines that are denied, that are micromanaged, and there's going to be a lot more restrictions in place where those restrictions would not be necessary. So what I think would be a better solution would be to default to the less restrictive position and deal with any issues if they arise, when they arise, because as far as I see, I haven't really seen any issues warranting staff involvement.
I don't agree with that position, Kitty, because we have in the cases where before these restrictions were even put in place, where we did run into a rail line that was very long, the corporate tech logs were I think there was one case where the corporate tech logs were gone, so we didn't know who built it, and also it's a lot of work to get rid of it, even with corporate tech. Like someone has to go in and roll it back in many different sections. I think I remember doing one of those that went over, I think maybe 6,000 blocks or along that sort of line, or even longer than that, and it was a pain in the ass. So this is why we have the restrictions. I know you want to have no restrictions at all, but and probably also on airports too, and airplanes. But we all know what happens when that happens, when we lift restrictions on that. So. What are we
arguing against at this point?
I don't know.
As in, I propose that we can do the underground stuff or the 4,000 thing. I don't really care, whatever, but as long as they let us know what they're doing prior, and they can just reprove there and then that's cool.
Well, no, the point is, if we lift it to fourth, the point is if they build below. Are you saying if they build below 4,000, they still have to let us know?
No, if they're trying to build like above 4,000 and all that stuff, then just let us know, and then we can accommodate you.
Isn't that the system we already have in place?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the current restriction is 2,000. If it's just up into 4,000, I don't really have a problem. That's what I'm trying to say.
I feel like we just debated the same point. You and Kenny. Okay. Anyway.
What do we want to do?
Okay. Can we? Can we at minimum agree to the 4,000 limit?
Yes.
So we will increase it.
Yeah.
Yes.
The whole underground thing we can discuss at some other time. Because I just thought I'd bring it up if people wanted to talk about it.
Happy days.
This is the worst GSM I've ever attended.
I agree. I mean, we kind of knew it was going to turn out like
Yeah.
But
I mean, you said it.
Okay. 5H StarCubed would like to suggest changing the actual text for local and product channels to yellow rather than white, just to make them stand out from.
What's the purpose of this really? I'm curious.
No.
He says it says this makes it easy to distinguish between product channels and the global.
I mean, I don't see what's
just
wrong with
distinguishing,
that.
I mean,
no.
That's just
No.
Like that's
No. That's just no.
Okay, no. I mean, all right. And then the next one is I want to clarify the policy around Discord nicknames. I know that some people have shorter names. Are we okay with that, I guess? And it has to apply to everyone, not just like staff and members. It has to be fair for everyone.
I mean, I guess I think we should allow it as long as it contains your username, because we don't. Obviously, we don't.
What do you mean by contains? Is a portion of your username? Is that allowed?
I would say a portion of your username.
As long as it's not ambiguous in any way. Then
Yeah, because the main thing is we want it to be easy to identify people.
Yeah,
Okay.
very easy to identify you. So that's
Here,
the
here.
good thing.
Okay.
Ones though, like ones that people want, maybe 2 people or whatever.
Yeah, here's a good example. I think someone brought up. I don't remember who. Cookie and cookies are edible. They both have the same base, the first part of their name. So who would get cookie? Neither of them.
I'd say neither, just to help distinguish.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
it would
it's
have
easy
to
enough
be
to handle
someone
those
that's
cases.
And it'll get interesting. It might get interesting if let's say Cookie was the only cookie, and then another cookie like joined in. Then what do you do then? I don't know if we want to decide that now, but it's something that can.
It'll probably be like a first come first serve thing, if I'm honest.
Oh, could
I
like
mean-
add comments on this actually?
Let's give him speak.
Oh, okay, sure. Cookie, want to say something?
Oh, hi. Yeah. Okay. So I think, I don't think me and Bull should. I think we should have our full names. I think nicknames in general should be allowed, but my question was, would it be like like an email, or would it just be a ping in general, or what? How would it be determined?
You mean like how would you request such a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I think it'd just be asked staff, right? 'Cause
Yeah, I think just a ping to staff would be.
Yeah,
fine.
that's a ping.
I
If there's-
don't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't exactly be looking forward to an email when people want to change their Discord nickname.
Yeah, any staff can change the nickname, so yeah.
Yeah,
the
and if
only-
it becomes a, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I think you're going to get my point here.
I was gonna say-
Go for it. Go for it.
Just if it becomes a problem, what we could always do is just be like, okay, everyone has to use their full names, because I think if everyone uses full names, it's also not an issue anyway. But there's no harm in, I guess, seeing.
Yeah, that was pretty much my point. So.
Okay.
Okay. Right. 5. Okay, moving on. Sorry, what?
Commands for all worlds.
So yes.
Yeah, 5J. MV spawn. I don't see any problem with this.
I think that's a good idea.
It
Because
should be easy to implement.
yeah,
I use it frequently.
Yes.
Yeah, in fact, Multiverse even tells you the permission nodes you don't have when you do something that you can.
I was really confused why Kangaroo was only asking for old world, because that seemed very specific. But yeah, we're gonna add this to
all worlds.
Yeah.
Yep, happy days. Part 6. Woo!
Cookies still have speaking permissions.
Oh,
Get rid.
Yeah, I mean, I've been turning like we only really. I think if people become speaker, they can just leave them on in case they speak again, because most of them are pretty respectful. It's mostly the people who aren't who just yell at the mics.
HVT.
God damn it, HVT.
Right, let's talk about the desert line, shall we?
Okay, the desert line. CCC, I added this topic on behalf of you. Basically, the decision we need to make is: do we want to go? Do you want to move? Do you want to turn this desert line south, like you originally proposed, or do you want to turn it west toward Castles? Thing.
So if I may, my plan.
Do you have a map?
I was not able to get one draft in time currently on my laptop, so I don't have access to those resources. However, I have been considering lots of things. I would say to continue west toward Grey Cloud due to the fact that one, diversity of going to other places on the server, and one, it's just easy to get over with versus duplicating stations.
Any objection to that?
I think you should go, unless Castle objects to it because it is his
I
town.
mean, I don't think its staff members should object to MRT being in their town.
Well, I mean, like, if,
They
well, no, I mean, like, no,
Well,
no, 'cause any member can.
I don't know. It would just seem wrong for a town to hold up an MRT line.
Well, no, because I mean, any member, people can request if they want their town to go certain places in their town, that's a thing. So
In any case, it's fine.
Okay.
You do you.
Just to clarify, Cece, are you just going to Great Color? You're not. Are you going to go past it at all, or?
The plan is to just terminate in there, unless y'all want it to go further.
Okay.
So it's going. So which way is it going in? Just for the
west.
West from H28.
Great Cloud. Where is Great Cloud exactly? I don't know.
Great Cloud's in the southwest, the world border. If you're looking at that map, it's north of the little lake. If you actually just follow the desert line where it's marked on that map, keep going west, you can't miss it. There's a huge red spot.
Oh, that thing.
Yes.
I'm just trying to think about. Okay, that should. I think it should be okay for now. I'm just not sure what. There's supposed to be a western line over there, right? I think I think the plan was to terminate at that big sandy peninsula in the middle of that lake. I don't know how that would line up, but I don't know. No one's proposed any western line thing, so I don't know where it's gonna go.
So,
Yeah.
yes, to terminating in Grey Cloud.
Yeah, for now.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, move on. And then God's. Oh no, Heaven. Oh, it's Heaven's. Heaven just making a little short extension to. I think it's like 4 more stations, I believe.
I have no issue with
5.
that.
Just to meet
Yeah.
up with the
That is a
line.
very bad map, but approved.
Yeah, no issues there. All right, moving on. Let's try to finish in the last half hour.
Let's just
There,
get
there,
roads.
there is a road here. Okay.
Roads.
Actually, it's rails to inch. The first one is Kitty's proposal to add an intra-rail through MRT land. Kitty says he does have permission from J-Train to build it.
Okay, approved.
I have no issues.
I mean,
I'm literally at MRT land right now.
Yes.
Oh,
Any objections to this proposal at all?
nope.
Okay, approved.
Yeah.
This is basically what happens in most of the latter sections, just so you guys. So I'm talking to them. And then 7B is Cody wants to build a warp line. It's a weird route.
Wait, what? Wait, why is there a? Huh?
Let's look at this. Let's see
What?
what's going on here.
What is?
The main problem is unmarked build between Frost and Larkspur. When I was to check the data, all data was missing. So it like perms to tunnel under it. Let's see.
Right.
I can't see
what
where
is
it is on the
going
map.
here? What is going on here? What is that hook? What?
It's a big mood.
I don't know.
What is that? No.
Anyway.
If it's just a hook, can't you just go through the town? If you're trying to avoid the town, then no.
Yeah, I think. Wait. Between Frostbite and Larkspur, I think Frostbite's the one to the north. I'm trying to figure out where the build is. He hasn't marked it.
Do we want to ask Cody for clarification around that? I didn't see this.
Yeah.
I didn't get to see.
I'm at the build.
As long as he has approval from all the towns and that hook thing is sorted out, I don't really see a reason why we can't.
Yeah. He needs to sort out that bump. The bump needs sorting.
He says the map is not the exact route shown, so I think he just kind of took a pin.
It seems a bit inaccurate for a proposal.
Yeah, yes, this shouldn't be. But yeah, sort out the bump, get back to us, and then we'll approve.
Okay. All right.
That's my answer.
Just a quick. Who is it? Who? Chief's not here. Is that
Chief,
someone taking?
Chief ditched. I'm taking minutes.
Oh, thank you, Mega.
The only things I missed on was some points for the Central Park topic, but
okay. Thank you, Mega. And the last one is some roads proposed by Foot Chicken. This is in the what's it called? The UNEJ. I don't exactly remember. It's that jungle
area. The jungle area.
The jungle people.
That is a very square road and a very long one.
But it's just 2 roads that mirror each other by the looks of it in XC38, right?
As long as those corners are literally not 90 degrees, I don't care. I am alright with that.
Don't think that they're supposed to be nice. Are there no other roads in that area? This is it's
Foot
actually
Chicken had an original proposal, I think, for the A246, but never got to it.
Yeah, I remember that one. Okay. Any objections to approving these 2 roads? Seem okay.
No, they can be approved. They're just nice and square.
Yeah, sure. I think they can get it done.
Okay, moving on. Well, Chief's not here to tell us
We're
about.
banning memes.
No, So Chief would like to do the anniversary meme awards.
No.
I think it's a really solid proposal, like based off what he wants to do with it.
It's not very much money, $1,000 total. So
I mean, it looks like a
it's-
trial, I think, by the looks of it.
$1,000 for memes.
And they're original memes too.
So no Fredwell. Okay, I can approve.
Okay.
No Fredwell. Approve. Is Fredwell involved? Nope. That's not original.
We approved 7C, right? That for Chickens Red.
Is it? Wait, hold on. Maybe I'll ask Chief about this. Is this making original memes, like new memes? Because if it's new memes, that's cool. But if it's
it is original memes.
Okay,
New
good.
memes.
Yeah, I feel
New
better
memes.
about it.
Yeah.
I feel better. About
We're
it.
not having Fredwell is banned. We're not having it.
Okay. That's been approved. $1,000. Skelly's Major League Beef Shovelers Cup. Oh, Skelly's still here. No, he's not.
Shovelers. I like the name.
It doesn't. Oh, starting the weekend of the 14th, and so June 14th, and then ending on July 7th. Is that enough? Is that a usual amount we give?
July
to?
14th.
No, it's June because it says after the end. Oh, I see. After the end of the MLS season, so it's not part of the official season. Is $12.50 an amount that we usually give out for Spleef tournaments? I don't know. It seems a bit.
It's small money.
I was like, JPH would know since I don't see he's any.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, any objections to approving $12.50?
Given how big it is, I have no question.
I mean, it's $750 to the top person and $500 to second place. So I don't see any issues with it.
Yeah. Let's give Skelly some money.
All right, approved. What? I don't know what this event's about. I don't know what this is. This seems.
What is this?
So yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. Sometime this summer probably. So 6C, D, and E are all mine. The reason they're all tentative is I'm not sure of my schedule over the summer. So based off of when after I finish my finals, I'll know what I'm going to be doing. So then that will determine the order of what event will happen when. But these are all scheduled for this summer.
That's a lot of money. I'm just for all three proposals.
Yeah.
My only concern, and this is just something I want to suggest, because we do the same thing for the golf tournaments that that Talon has to ask one at a time. I feel like if we're gonna do that, I feel we should do the same here. Like
the reason I'm doing this is because they're all different events. They're not related to each other in any way, and that if these events do finish, we don't have a July GSM, and I won't be able to pay anyone out. So, and we don't allow events retroactively paying. So,
yeah, we want to try to avoid that. So, yeah.
I'm happy to approve all three of Yoshi's things.
I just want to bring up the thing for 8E, which is for the screenshot contest. I know the video contest is going to happen from Rumble, so I wanted to make sure, like, I didn't want to have two voting things at the same time, so it'd be more complicated. So I want to. So
I think you'll be okay there, Yoshi, because based on what I'm seeing from 1.14 development and how Mojang fucked that release up, I'm guessing the video contest will probably happen like October, November, December, perhaps.
Okay.
Because I don't know when we're going to update to 1.14, but it's probably not this summer. I think at this rate.
Okay.
It's just never gonna happen.
Maybe.
So yes,
right, so we're giving a butt ton of money to Yoshi. Okay.
Yeah. It's usually 10,000 for Amazing Race, right? So you're increasing it a little bit.
So since it is the 10th season, for the first time we're gonna have places for anyone who finishes the final leg. So it would encourage you to actually get to the end. Plus prizes given along the way for getting first along those legs. So that's why it is more than that.
Okay. Big Brother. Okay. Any further objections or questions?
I'm all for it.
Okay, we approved 8C, D, and E all at the same time. London is the new. We're on 8F now. London is the new. He took it over from Talon, the golf thing, and he's requesting $500 for a mini golf tournament at the end of June. Seems pretty reasonable to me.
£500. Yep, go for it.
Okay. There are no objections. Moving on.
8G. Okay, there were some concerns about.
Huh? I just read the title, The Amazing Glitch.
Yeah.
So the Amazing Glitch is basically a racing game that was founded by Cody after the to be frank, the failure of the Amazing Race 9's first session.
I see.
So it's not a legit glitch.
No. The reasoning is funny, but I'm not going to list that here.
Gods. I'm going to read Gods' comment. I hope he doesn't mind. But he said that the last time they ran, the test season they ran, had Cody and Talon in it, and surprise, surprise, they won all of the legs. So,
Oh, so there's cheating going on.
Well, no. So
that's not it's not cheating. It's just a bit of.
Wait, are we saying the people who planned it won all the legs? No, I'm actually asking, is that what happened? Like,
that was a test season, according to them. So
from what I know about the Amazing Glitch, it's basically, if you think about it like the Amazing Race, except instead of, there's no challenges. That's just that. Think of it like that. There's just no challenge. You have to go from place to place. It's the first one to get from point A to point B in the fastest time using any mode of transportation. With them participating, so if I'm correct, it was Cody, Talon, and Silver Bubble who participated, and in their test season, like Cody won and Talon won. I believe the reason they won was probably because the towns they chose, they just knew the transport to them. So I think if we're going to give funding, go ahead.
I mean, to be fair, they did identify it as them testing it out, so obviously, I get why they did.
As long as we have the stipulation that like they can't participate in the thing that they're asking for funding for, then I see no other reason.
I do think we need to make it very clear, because I think Cody has had a habit of. I think it was one other event. I think his expo, where he participated in his own expo, and might have. I don't think we ever gave him the money for it, but we did. I don't know if he understands.
You can't host.
You can't participate and get your own money that you're organizing. So.
So as long as there's no shenanigans or any cheating whatsoever, then fine. He can have some money.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he can't participate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, he said he's not seeking any sponsorships as well. Just to let you know.
All right, then let's approve 8G based on that stipulation. Also from Cody is a building competition. This is 8-8. Oh boy.
Comments, maybe.
Ooh, interesting comments made by God's.
Yeah, I don't know. Should I read these out?
I mean, it's public information.
The agenda.
Actually, I don't know if staff know. The comments aren't actually shown for public people.
Yeah, you need to be in suggest mode in order to see comments.
Yeah.
All they can see is the text and images and stuff.
Let's see what is it. I mean, I would say you can bring up the points that God, like just at least the point. You don't have to read it verbatim, but some of the points might be crucial.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. So I just want to make sure he isn't using the winning designs as part of the Jupiter Motors fleet and sell them. So he's concerned that the winners of the competition could be turned into assets that Jupiter Motors which he then sells as part of his company. So that's not great.
God is basically saying that Cody stands to benefit from the entrance winners.
Yeah, Gods is not in favor of this proposal, just based on that.
Well, I mean, I do understand that, because I guess the argument there would be, if you're doing it to benefit from it, then you should be paying out the prize money.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
unless anyone else has anything to say. I guess.
It sounds like a no for this one.
Yep.
No. Okay. Rejected. H has been rejected.
Good night.
Next one is 8I. Burn Cow. This one has some concerns too. Burn Cow wants to build a community build at not EN17, but now it's going to be SW12, which is actually a Southern Line station, hasn't been opened yet. Gods thinks that he should probably just apply for when the Southern Line opens instead of trying to cut in line like this. And I think Gods also said that other people wanted SW12. It's a very unique area. So
I agree with that. I feel like he needs to apply like everyone else does.
okay, based
So-
on that, yeah, maybe.
So, yeah, just defer until he gets the station or applies.
Yeah. Okay. So no, and no, he will have to. He should talk to Gods himself if he wants to apply and do something. Okay, section 9. Section 9 has a lot, so let's try to get through.
Here we go.
Mike Roma left the server, so there's quite a few. There's some competition of his assets. The first
I was
one.
quite surprised by substance, to be honest.
I'm just looking at all of these topics. Lol.
I mean,
Okay, Mike's fresh produce. Let's go through this one.
That
Mike
seems
said
to be the greatest point of contention is Mike's fresh produce.
Okay, so me, Aquamarine, Woo Rich, Otto, and Soupy?
Someone just added.
Did I miss Soupy here?
Mike is also on
Yeah,
the
Soupy's also requesting.
No, it's not
he
Soupy.
does not want Mike's fresh
No, Soupy
produce.
wants the
He
melon shop. That's different. What do you do? What
are you doing? Say.
No, see,
Stop.
Sorry,
Stop.
So it's only three. There are 3 contenders for Mike's fresh produce.
So initial reactions, Otto seems to be the only one that actually, at least in my opinion, stated like a valid connection to it in that he has rail link stations that have many of the franchise. The other 2 seem to primarily just be, I want to make a grocery.
I mean, in that case, then.
I would say Otto then. Because after reading these, Otto's really the only one that
Otto has a genuine case. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any objections?
Any other opinions, objections to this? Seems like Otto's gonna take this one.
Otto is gonna get some groceries.
I mean, I feel like Otto's gonna keep it the way it's supposed to be meant.
Sorry, what was that?
I think Otto at least will keep it in the same style that it was original. The looks of it.
Okay, if that's okay. Okay. So, Mike's first produce goes to Otto. Next up, Royal Cars. It's either Woo Rich or Mike 24. Dude.
Let's see the cases.
Coercition.
It says he's gonna expand. Take it over.
Mike just wants to add it to his brand of modern franchises.
Oh yeah, I missed the I Morgan part for Mike.
Yeah, I got
I would say.
I would say Woolrich gets Royal Cars, and because Mike 24 dude wants I Morgan on his own.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, if Mike wants
like
I Morgan, we can give Woolrich Royal Cars. That'll be.
At least everyone gets something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then Suppy, I guess, can have the melon shop.
Because Suppy likes melons, so you can have it.
Okay. All right. So, Woolrich gets Royal Cars, Sippy gets Melon Shop, and Mike gets I Morgan. That was easy. All right.
9B.
9B.
9B. Vicky is some random.
That is owned by Computer Ghost and Angels or Zero.
Oh yeah, you can have
really.
Wow.
I bet. That's wow. I didn't realize.
I forget.
That's old.
Yeah, I'm trying to forget. I feel like I talked to Computer Ghost about something recently, but I forget.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't see a reason.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want anything.
Give it away.
No objections here. Let's approve.
All right.
Okay, and then 9C. This town's a little weird. But yeah, I actually looked at this town. It's called Genesis X2, but I couldn't see who actually built it. There's no corporate text.
Yeah, let's go there and take a look.
I remember Fred asked me to look at this and I couldn't blog.
Where is it?
Z. Look for it.
Okay, I got the coordinates. Let's see. I'm here.
Yeah, west of ZS 32, 31. It's at a little town just south of Zaquar.
There's no signage at all or any mayor sign?
It's a lava pool.
The only signage I saw was the name of the town. I don't even know if there was a but in terms of like mayors or anything, I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
Whoever they were dumped their inventory in a chest, it looks like.
Yeah, right here where I'm standing, it says Genesis X2 headquarters and town hall. But inside of it, there's no other signs.
Okay.
Government access online. This feels very old worldy.
There's stairs at the table.
Well, the way I see it is if it's lightnings, but yeah, we don't have corporate tech logs, that means it's old. But yet, lightning's in.
Yeah, they can have it.
Yeah.
If lightning's still on the server, so I mean, if he could see that this was on the agenda, I would hope.
Right.
Or at least I would hope he would read it.
That's why I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, we got a nice message from Kitty as well.
For what message?
It says, saw your GSM proposal. If staff ask, I don't contest you claiming that land. Okay, if you scroll down this.
Yeah, I was
So Kitty's fine with Fred claiming this.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I see nothing to deny.
Oh, wait, there's a name.
Where?
On this orange building.
No, I saw.
1, 2, 3.
That's the.
That's the
I don't know if that's the building or the town, though.
Yeah.
It might be just be the build.
It might just be the
building's not even finished.
Which is
Even if it's just so
20 days on that person.
20 days on this guy.
Well,
we could do is try to, if we ever see Sports Streak on again, maybe he'll know, because I mean obviously I'm gonna look through the logs. Maybe this person
talk.
1 second. Yeah. Could you give me the username again?
Just sports
Freak 123.
All lowercase.
Thing is, I'm streaming us investigating this, so people now can see what the heck we're
cannot comment on ongoing investigation.
I am riding a minecart and it un-AFK'd me. Cool.
Okay. Can we just approve this conditionally? But I highly doubt it's going to change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the condition?
Well, I mean, I guess Yoshi, do you want to pursue that to ask Sports Freak, or do we just...
there's only 3 pages, so I think it's fine. I'll let you know if I find anything right now, but I think
okay, let's just approve it then. So this Genesis X2 goes to Fred. Okay, moving on to AEville, which was previously owned by Lightning or Whale, or wait, no.
Lightning's trying to
Who
get
is
it.
Lightning's trying to get it. Previously owned by A Hub and Lime, which are both inactive. They're both the mayor and deputy mayor.
Somewhere in the
What's the concern, Yoshi, that you put on there?
So what? Sorry, I'm still looking at Genesis stuff.
On 9D, there's a comment you left about.
So if he wants to, it says so he wants to add more building to the town, but it says these builds may or may not be from New Genesis. Does that mean he's gonna just bring over builds and copy and paste them into this town as quote unquote development, or
he has done that with New Genesis. From New Genesis.
Because I can understand that's between Genesis and New Genesis, because he wants to try to fix the town, but this one's that town's senator and this one's different, So that's fair enough.
I could see that really contrasting with the existing area of the town.
AEville's ZN 18.
Yeah.
So basically, our concerns is he's trying to build things that don't fit with the theme of the town.
Yeah, it's more of just like he's trying. I feel like to the way he's describing it seems like he's trying to just copy builds over from his town and paste it here to make it bigger to maybe construct an airfield based off of point 4.
Yeah. Okay. That might. Yeah, it's concerning. Yeah.
I believe actually, so this town actually might be lighting MCs just for the fact that Sports Freak has PM lighting MC and like talk to him. Like there's only 4 pages of logs for Sports Freak and like a few of them contain lighting MC.
Well, yeah, it's up to Lightning submitted a proposal to get another town. He should have at
And
least
also,
been
I
able
just
to.
saw in GSM requests, J-Train said that Sports Freak did work closely with Lighting MC, and that he often built buildings in Lighting's towns. So
Echo's asking to add a comment on this.
Sure. Quick comment.
Let me get the role.
Oh, I don't think you can put the roll, can you?
I can.
You guys can. Yeah, you guys can add it. Echo, it's you are.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'd like to say that Lightning, I'm pretty definitively sure that what he wants to do with this town is paste buildings from his other towns into the town and then have it evaluated for senator and get an airfield, because in the past, it states on his wiki page for his town, New Genesis, that he created the town specifically to build an airfield for the airline alliance he works for, which is CES. And I feel like that's his intention here, is to basically paste builds from his other towns, get it reviewed for senator, get an airfield, and go along. But that's all I have to add.
Okay. How may I ask how do you know it? Is just based on what you've seen?
It's on his wiki page.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mhm.
Well, thank you, Echo.
You're welcome.
To the wiki.
Do you have a link? Think we can go quickly code? Thanks.
Okay, I have it. I'll put in stuff. Oh wait, on what wiki? Oh, Genesis wiki page or?
Genesis.
Here.
Dragon has a comment on what Echo said. Dragon, just go ahead and say it in request to speak while we look at this. Dragon says, and if I recall correctly, Avil is already senator. I think you might be correct.
It's mayor. I checked the staff docs.
Hold on. Oh, geez. Sometimes I know the staff docs say mayor, but sometimes they're not correct. But I can't look up. I'm trying to look up A-Hub's rank.
I think he's senator.
Yeah, I thought A-Hub was senator.
Apparently
Apparently
he had
has another town.
A-Hub is a senator town named Valletta or
yeah, Valletta.
Oh, Valletta. It's Valletta.
Okay. Okay, then in that case, then we can only base it on. Yeah, okay. So it is. So that town is mayor then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Okay. Still no.
Okay, based on what we've discovered, well, what are people's leanings toward whether we should approve?
If he's just trying to do a grab for Gates, then no.
No.
I'm saying no. Sorry, V.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. A90 has been rejected based on what Lightning has proposed. Moving on to this was an interesting one. I don't know if Dalt is not here, but Dalt wants to use and possibly gain ownership of the Central City Performance Center because at the very least he wants to use it for Survivor El Calor. I think the reunion that's happening in a couple weeks.
Yeah, that's happening next week.
Yeah, it's happening this Sunday. Oh, actually, real quick before we go on to this. So, is Fred getting the town that's
as far as technically, we're basically, even though there's hints that Lightning owns a town, there's nothing in the town that says, usually what I look for is an actual sign. if there's no sign, there's no records. As far as I'm concerned, it's not Lightning's town. So I think Fred's claim on it is valid.
Where and what is the performance center?
That's a good
across
question.
From let me look at the direction.
I'm there actually. You can just teleport to me.
Isn't that the one Frozen put together?
It's the one
You're
that
right, this-
Lords was in.
Actually, no, you're right. Actually, yeah, it is Frozen.
Yeah, it is Frozen.
It still
Feather
says Eagle
Relies the
Awards
event-
here. Oh my god.
Yeah, the Eagle Awards side is still here.
Feather Relies the event center.
Kitty says it's HNT.
I thought it was. It looks like more Frozen than HNT. No,
this.
Oh, it's this building. Okay.
Kitty, I think you're thinking of the other theater that hosted the Eagle Awards in Central City. That's a different theater. Where
that's like the I don't know what it's called.
This is a big boy theater.
I mean, I think it would be nice to at least have someone who's active in charge of it, so that there's a path for people who want to use it to do that.
I would like to see more award shows. I don't know. They sort of died off. So I mean, if someone can.
Because you didn't like them.
Did I?
Yeah, I mean, you can only do the Eagle Awards so many times before Intra-Air and Sky Transit win all the.
Yeah, Robin. The reason I didn't like the Frumples was because you named it after me. And I don't like that.
Yeah, when I named something after Frumple, I got a lawsuit.
Performance Center. I think that Dalt has a good track record.
Fireworks.
Yeah, good job, Robin.
I didn't press the button. It wasn't me.
Well, do we want to make it caretaker set or?
I would just give it to him at this point.
Just ownership.
I mean, he's not gonna knock it down, obviously.
I don't know.
In the proposal, Dalt literally says that he just wants to fix it up, like little bugs of it.
So we'd be giving him this whole plot, right?
I'd give it to him, just like
it would be weird to be like, you own the area underground, but not the area above.
Yeah. Dalt had two requests. One is to hold the survivor there. The other is to actually transfer the theater into ownership.
If we just transfer to him, he can run whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like Castle said, there are like actually a little bit of facades. You can actually teleport to me. There's like a few building facades on this plot too. So this would also go to him, right?
The outside of it? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, the whole plot.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Actually, their interiors are not there, so I mean, he can improve.
Well, this is your town, Crumple.
It's not my town. It's the servers. It's a special
administrative district.
Special administrative region.
Okay, approved. Unless there are any objections. Yep, Dalt is now the new owner of that. The last inactive asset transfer request is D9 MJP or PUEF as he's called now. Wants it. D9's a
That proposal has a lot of big words that are
yeah, that's MJP's writing style, which I'm not a big fan of, but yeah.
You cut off from me.
I mean, I basically think I know what he's asking for.
It's just asking for D9, right? Is there anything else in the proposal? Okay.
Yeah.
It's a long-winded statement of saying, I want D9. That's it.
A bit facetious.
MJP owns which town does he own already?
He owns the one north at DC.
You cut out.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
He owns D7 and D8.
Okay, for a moment I thought, okay, D10 station on Dynmap is misnumbered. It says D11. There's actually two D11.
Yeah, no, skipped on Dynmap.
Yeah,
There's no D10. D10 doesn't exist.
Yeah, I don't know if the World Guard region or the signage there is the same, but I'm assuming it's maybe just a Dynmap.
Just no D10 station, like because the World Guard region for D14 takes D.
Yeah, I'll fix that marker one moment.
Okay. Yoshi, you're cutting off.
Well, no, it's not the marker. It's the whole. It's the whole line. I think is off by one. Then, right? Everything after
No,
D9.
it's okay. because there's a D11 station.
There's
It's just
D11 twice.
11's okay.
So it goes
I was about to say,
D9, D11, D12.
that was,
Okay, who?
If that was the case, then CC would have a bad time because he.
Yeah, I'll run the update command.
Anyways, I feel like we can approve this.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing is that music is pretty close, but I think it's fine.
I mean, D8 doesn't really have much development in that. So that's what he's using as his claim to D9. Should then say that music would be close.
I guess D8 has some development. I guess.
Who's the own mayor of music?
The big cat.
Mrs. Solemnis, I want.
Yeah, Mrs. Solemnis. Mrs. Solemnis.
Okay, Katie put in chat.
Which is 15 days, 5 hours, and 19.
I don't know if maybe the petitions say did MJP ask Mrs. Solemnis just to let him? I don't know. I don't think there is.
I don't see it.
Let's read it.
Oh boy.
Let's read it verbatim.
Check the marker. It should be fixed.
Whatever we say about this proposal, can we just tell MJP?
It's fixed, Mega.
Just be a bit more concise with his proposals, please.
I did Control F, and I don't see echoes mentioned in there.
Yeah, I would maybe we should give a condition for this approval. So he needs to.
A5 maintenance is what it looks
Oh,
like.
wait. Here we go. In accordance with 300 and 500 block communication rules, Music Mayor Solemnis has been notified of Danielson's asset transfer request by Essential's email. As of this resolution's ratification, no communication by Missa has been received in response.
That's not enough. Missa has to acknowledge that they're okay. Well, wait, hold on. No, it's the rules, right?
Yeah, it's just.
So then what? This is a weird one because then what's the distance between music and D9?
It's kind of split evenly, to be honest.
That's why I was asking about development at D8 because there doesn't really look like there's much versus D11.
Yeah, it's less than 300 away. It's like right on the.
Okay, I think that's close enough to. Yeah, let's assume that it's less than 300, just because based on what I'm seeing from the developer.
Oh, it definitely is less than 300.
Yeah. So based on that, then basically our response to this should be you need to get Missa to acknowledge that they're okay with it. I think that's fair enough. If MJP can't get it, then he unfortunately can't get D9 because. Does that sound good to people, or am I talking about it?
Happy days.
Hello?
Yes, no, everyone's good.
Yeah,
everyone's good.
Okay. I can't tell. It's silence. I don't know if it's silence means
It's
been
4
hours. Or you all.
You should know this by now. Silence means yes.
Based after this GSM, I don't know anymore.
Anyway.
And finally, I have, just for everyone who's listening, as I'm going to expand the RAM disk, and I'll decide whether to add Space World or not. Tomorrow, maybe Tuesday. I haven't decided. I've been jumping between 10th or 11th. But tomorrow morning, there will be a shutdown of all MRT services. That includes the server, beta server, websites, basically everything. Because in order to expand the RAM disk and increase our space, I have to reboot the whole machine.
Except the Discord.
Crafting broke again.
Wait, is it broken again?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not sure. I remember it was like a permissions. Wasn't it a permissions issue last time?
What is what is this? How is this related?
You know how
Remember when
crafting
broke?
before Survivor?
Yeah.
It was like an amp. It was like an amp thing or something, if I remember.
But what do you mean? It still works. I just made sticks.
Crafting is working.
I just made sticks. What are you talking about?
Okay, Mega, what did we see yesterday?
Are you okay?
Yeah, all right. Can we end the GSM?
I'm confused.
fine,
I don't know if this is
don't worry about
related.
me.
Oh no, you know what it was, Castle.
Oh,
We had
what was it?
we had the wrong recipe. You just put a chest in the middle and then a shell above and below. Like
That's
great. That's great.
That's the end of the GSM.
That is the end. No. Oh, sorry. It is not. It is the end of the topics, but we will still have an open floor. Kitty does have a question. I'm assuming that's going to be. But before we do that, let's have a freaking break for maybe a couple minutes.
Yeah.
So let's do 2 minutes. Let's do 2 minutes, or 2.
1 minute.
Somebody run an advert quickly.
Yep.
Oh god, that was great.
And yeah, this is pretty long, but we'll try to do the open floor. Can we do we Yoshi? I don't want to do the whatever it's called, the
20 questions.
Nothing.
Do we have
already
to do
have the
20 questions?
podium set up.
I think just skip it. If we're because I'm bored.
Yeah, it's been 4 hours.
It looks like the
Frumple,
nothing
make
was
it easy.
already built.
Here, Frumple, we'll make it easy. The nothing is air. Okay, Frumple, what's your first question?
Is it water?
No, God.
Is it?
Amazing.
How about this? Whatever you think it is, it's behind. Whatever you think it is behind you.
Okay. Can I don't watch. My brain. Why don't ask me a question because my brain is dead. Yes, no.
What's you the answer?
I don't want to ask questions right now. Okay. Anyway, I'm still streaming, so I mean, do I just stand somewhere? Where am I standing?
I mean, if you want to, sure. Might as well just stand somewhere for symbolic.
Because the podium thing isn't as if we're still going to stick with this format, like it's not as.
There's a podium still here in Nipia.
Alright, stand still, Frumple. Yeah.
What?
I could. Yeah, here you go. Nice
Because
podium.
I'm not really announcing. I'm gonna skip the summary because I mean, there's not much.
I think everyone knows the summary. If you don't
It'll
know,
be on the website in like a good amount of time.
I think I'll probably remove that part. Okay, actually, how about this?
Frumple, there's what? Who built this?
Who built what?
I came in like a red.
Just here. I'll break it open. There you go. It's open for you.
Who built
an
what?
aquarium?
That was Chief. Blame
Not
Chief.
again. Not another aquarium.
It's a big aquarium. Look at all the fishes.
And they're all gonna die.
Whoa, what's with the water? Jeez, don't like. Okay.
How is this boat floating? It doesn't make
Where is A-Line? This doesn't look
actually. Actually, before we begin the open floor, what are people's opinions about how this format went? Because I think that's worth discussing.
Oh boy.
I think the biggest issue was just so many requests coming in to speak. It's
so many requests.
We had to keep like interrupting the flow of discussion to get people's points heard. So like, I'd say limit it to like 3 per topic, and then the topic submitter has priority.
If I may, I've got the comments from earlier from both Green Kangaroo and Green Kangaroo said that if we're going to use this format again, maybe we should have a not only that speaker role, but have someone that makes sure like the staff don't interject, because apparently that's what Green Kangaroo was saying.
That'd be hard to enforce.
Yeah.
That'd be more like just asking staff to just try to be a bit more respectful.
And then A-Lion then said encouraging people to email opinions before GSM to kind of speed things up, and only like using people to like clarify their opinions in the Q&A.
I mean, I think Gods was asked. I think, or some staff member was asking for opinions before the GSM anyway.
Yeah.
Like there is a 2-day window after the submissions are closed, so you can still email us. Well, we will accept.
Jade Train has some suggestions on, so I'll go.
I feel like it would be better if
Kitty was asking earlier.
If I'm honest,
Oh yeah, Kitty was first.
I kind of prefer the old version. I feel like we still hit the quota of getting to people's questions, and we will all listen to them at the end after we've discussed. And they do have opinions, and if something glaring has come up, then we will change it. I feel like with this new format, it's a lot of start-stopping, even if we try and limit it as well. I don't know, that's just my opinion. I don't like it.
Does okay? What about is the problem just the like mega? We could limit the we can go with mega suggestion and limit to 3, which could work, but also would also maybe still allowing members to listen in, but not doing any requests at all. Would that work too?
Yeah, that could work. That's how it was in the old world, I believe. People only like spoke if like the staff specifically requested it.
The thing is, I don't remember those GSMs, but
They definitely
I kind of remember them. I kind of remember them.
There's notes in like those agendas about non-staff can listen in here and that. So
okay.
Yes.
But yeah.
But I would say, and then maybe certain things.
I mean, on
be
certain things, like
probably
if you're going to allow people to listen, like I think there are certain topics where it is beneficial to have community in. Like, I don't know.
We could do it by like we could just limit it very like much more strictly. I mean, or if it's like at the very least, if it's some member, not like non-staff submitting this proposal, they should at least get a chance to speak on behalf of their proposal, because they're the one proposing it, right?
Yeah, but I mean, obviously there are going to be a lot of like there are some topics that only apply to like a very select number of people. Like auctions usually, for example, don't affect that many people, but things like the NSFW channel Central Park, like obviously everyone has an opinion on that because
I don't know. Okay, but okay. So there's a lot of different improvements we can make. Did you like this format at all? Like,
I mean, the topics were quite chaotic, but once those got passed and we got through the main stuff,
You want to go to
I
speakers?
guess
You got both Kitty and J Train.
yeah, we'll get to the open floor in a sec, but
I think as is, it seems to be a lot longer.
The problem is
we've had 4-hour
But
GSMs before.
it's hard to tell because I think even if we did just do if we went with the old format with these topics, I think it'd still be just as long. To be honest, because we would just be yelling at each other and no one would hear us.
Just stream it.
At least they can get to hear how all this shit goes down. They get to participate themselves. But yeah, limiting requests, I think, is
it's starting to feel like a city council meeting. Okay, you have 2 minutes public.
Okay, moving. Okay, let's Kitty and then J Train, and then if anyone else wants to pipe in. So this is the start of the open floor and Q&A. Kitty, you have the floor.
I just want to clarify about the server downtime. Will that be tomorrow or Tuesday? Because I have two different I have two different MBS graphics saying two different things, and I want to know which one is wrong.
I don't know.
Make it be Tuesday.
Should it be Tuesday?
Do it Tuesday.
It doesn't matter. Man.
Wait, well, why do you want it on Tuesday?
Because they should teach something with DDR probably.
Yes.
Jesus. Okay, fine. Let's make it Tuesday.
Yay!
Just because.
Don't feed his addiction, Humble.
Yeah.
And how long?
Don't feed his addiction.
How long will the services be offline?
Probably just an hour, assuming everything goes well. I don't expect anything to go like it's. But all it is just I'm turning everything off, turning everything back on, and just configure. And if I add Space World, I'll configure something. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like a box crash. We have to recover all the services.
Yes, like the Black Mirror episode that was Yoshi trying to shut down.
To be really honest, I'm actually doing this to try to prevent a box crash because based on the last two, they happened about 2 months apart from each other. So, and it's coming up to about 2 months now. So if I do this, I'm hoping that if I do this, it'll at least postpone the next box crash. I'm suspecting it's like maybe something's running out of memory or
Could be
something
just
getting
kind of
exhausted.
some garbage build up in the memory.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. It's hard to
next.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Okay, J Train, you are next. Sorry.
Okay, so I was thinking as far as changes to the format of the GSM, maybe we could, instead of having people just request to speak and then you go through the queue, people could just write down what they want to say, put it in the channel, and if staff think it's worthy of discussion, then they can let them speak or like go into more detail.
We could, and we can. I actually put in the request to speak channel. Some people were using that for discussion, so I use slow mode on that. We could also use that to make sure that people put all their points in one thing, so it doesn't get overcrowded.
Yeah, the reason why I put the request to speak was and to separate from GSM discussion was I was a little worried that there might be, I don't know what exactly I was worried about. I guess maybe like if people were putting in comments in GSM discussion and having staff like read them, like I don't want to introduce any sort of bias or I don't know if that makes sense at all.
I mean,
I don't know.
it could
I don't
be
know.
like off track or whatever.
Yeah. So, but we could try that. I mean, yeah, we could get rid of request to speak, and then staff would we would be looking at GSM discussion actively,
and then we could just bring up points we think are good.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I was doing mainly today.
Yeah, actually, no. Now I remember the problem here. The one problem I can see is if we're picking and choosing what we're seeing in GSM discussion, that might make people not too happy because if we're ignoring points people have made in there, yeah, unless we acknowledge them or not. But I don't know.
Next up is protocol.
Yeah, and protocol, you're next. I need to unmute you and give you the. Hello.
No, my question was basically literally almost exactly the same as J-Train. But also, I was just wondering, about 5i. When is 5i going to be implemented? That's all.
Now.
Yeah. Immediate, yeah. That is our policy now.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So if you want short nicknames, then ask away.
That is
General or
not a
somewhere.
challenge.
But yeah, that is
don't,
not.
Wait, my bad, but I missed.
Don't encourage them. Oh my god. Now we're going.
Inbox starts filling up.
Yeah.
Wait, can we change our own names? Just without having
You can if you want. Staff can. Actually, technically, why does Unjins have Techer at the end of his name? We should get rid of that.
Because he's a tech graduate?
I don't know. Someone's pinging me.
It was Kangaroo.
Kangaroo.
So it begins.
It begins. Oh crap. Okay, okay, there's a problem with this. Okay, I just discovered something. I was worried about this. You know how the speakers, it's not enough to add not to give them speaker role, unfortunately, right? Because they're still server muted. So when
what happens is that the permissions don't update until they rejoin the channel.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm worried because some people, I think after they've spoken, I think what we've done is we click the server mute.
And then they're stuck server muted until someone unmutes them.
I just right-clicked Kangaroo and he was server muted, which is not good.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it says server muted when they come in here.
But I mean, if they go to general or something, it's still server muted.
Yeah, like they would need the staff to unserver mute them.
I don't know how many. I think I've clicked a few of those already, so I don't know how many.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he made a
If
mess.
if you have any issues, you may be entitled to a free unmute.
You may be entitled to compensation.
No compensation.
Just muted forever.
MRT Gov does not deal with compensation.
Okay. This is the last call for any further questions or comments and concerns. At least this part's short because we already got through most of them. In the
You should use the smaller lines, Castle, because I don't know how to type them.
Those are normal dashes.
Aren't those longer than they're bold?
Why, Fred?
Just
Okay,
a hyphen.
Fred wants to ask a non-serious question. What's your non-serious
For
question?
fuck's sake. Oh, you can always say no.
But I have to keep the populace happy.
Do you?
You are not the populace.
Well, you know how people want to revolt against me and overthrow me, or
Take
just
them while they're down. I'll be a great dictator.
yeah, trustee. If they're trustee meeting stuff, shit, you might as well just get it over with.
I can't wait.
Yeah. Okay. Skelly's coming on. Okay. Fred is asking, what do you call a fish with two eyes?
Fish.
Still a
Fish with two eyes.
Yeah, fish.
Yeah.
Cookie's got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cookie.
Why do you have to stand there?
Oh.
Just to be clear, did anyone actually build anything behind Frumple?
No. We built
Well, it was cleared, but something can be pasted in there pretty quickly if necessary.
Skelly. LD just made a request. I don't know if I'll make it in announcements, but I'll at least make it here in the GSM. Yeah, LD made a significant supporter contribution yesterday. He is now the #1 donator of the server. He just went past gods by about 10.
Oh wow, that's impressive.
You can look up at the public docs if you want to see all. We're all we're pretty much all well on our way to breaking even this year, so that's good.
We're now a for-profit.
Oh, we're almost at 50%.
For profit.
For profit.
Oh, we're gonna be profit. Yay!
Profit in this year. Overall, though,
This is the least successful for-profit corporation ever.
Yeah, but we've had our ups and downs.
I hear the board of directors is holding an emergency meeting to
By ups and downs, I mean 49% of cost.
Fred has another question.
You should take MRT to Dragon.
LD says, to be fair, we're as successful as Uber and Twitter at making money. It's not wrong.
And YouTube.
And Amtrak.
Skelly's ready.
Right, Skelly, you can speak now.
Someone has to unmute him. Oh, God.
Not it.
All right, so the trustee meeting is fairly short today. The first item is that actual facts is nominated to trustee. The second item is a trustee-only chat channel to be created. The third one is that non-trustees are banned from using firearms.
They're already banned from using fireworks.
What is this?
Firearm.
No, I heard there was a resolution to dissolve the staff.
It's law.
Well, after dissolving the staff, what would happen to the staff? Like what kind of seasonings would I have to add to the soup?
do we get retirement benefits?
Paprika.
Time.
I want to go 401k.
I want to move to like.
Fred asked, "What do you call a cannibal's drink?"
Fanta.
Probably illegal.
A cup of Joe. Oh boy.
Poor Joe.
We'd call it a Marguerite Frumples is over this. Sorry, our Marguerite Frumples over.
Just derailing. So.
Okay.
What is your favorite
questions?
Just a serious thing though. Just back on the server mute thing. I think what I'm gonna do is change. I'm gonna change the permissions on the GSM channel, the voice channel, so that everyone can speak. and then I think because I don't want to deal with the server mute thing anymore.
Yeah.
But I think if we find people are speaking out of turn, we do mute them.
Yeah.
So we're just basically inverting it. Does that sound like that'll work for people?
Yeah, I mean, well, obviously we can found this more for the next GSM if we plan to do this again. But we'll see. Yeah, Castle?
Is there any reason you deleted the world edit school war?
No, I actually broke the block below it and I forgot to put it.
You just put a sign that said currently unavailable.
no, because the command blocks don't work and you'll be stuck down there.
No, I fixed it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
In the summer one too?
It's
Since
we're talking command blocks in world edit school.
because it's like way at
It's
the
farther
bottom.
underground.
LD says that he was server muted, but if he went back to general, he gets automatically unmuted.
Were you auto unmuted by us, or were you physically unmuted by us? Because that's when we reapply it. That's
because I don't think we ever muted you explicitly, LD.
Hang on, let's do a test.
Yeah, look.
I've unmuted him.
So good job to
Nice
Echo
keyboard.
for walking into world edit school as soon as I put the
Alright.
warp back and ignoring the big red gold sign that says you'll be required to.
LD, go to he's going.
Yeah,
to
he's
general.
still muted. Yeah.
Yeah, so it is a problem.
If we're talking about world edit school, since would it be possible to make some changes so that you go through it at your own pace and it's not like too stuck to a timer? Because I've always found it was too fast for me to really absorb it.
No, it's at your own pace. Though some sections are on timers, the text is still there. It's just the only thing, there are like points where you do stop and you have to press a button to continue. So it is not just one push.
If you really want, I could send you the text because I have all the commands in like a Google.
Well, yeah, but like even when the text is there, sometimes you're like teleported to another room before you were able to like fully absorb everything.
I mean, you can look over into the other room typically.
Yeah,
it's just annoying.
Time things and
I
shit.
mean, that would be easier to do in 1.14 since you can do like time delay execute functions, but like right now I'm like kind of limited by like repeater space and it's at least be less cluttered to do.
I mean, I think what you changed is saying just have a button for each one, so you have to press to legitimately continue to.
I mean, yeah, that would be.
Yeah, basically more buttons. More buttons
Also,
that you have to press.
We are out of premiere spaces, so time to make this one longer.
Okay. I think that's going to be the end of the GSM.
We could maybe like build more premiere spaces into any potential like spawn redesign.
Well, while we're doing networks at the Welcome Center, that's all we're doing for now.
So all the terminus warps are in the Welcome Center now.
Turning off the stream.
We'll figure out what we want to make a room down there later, but that's all we have.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Goodbye.
For our viewers on MBS, thank you for watching our live coverage of the entire General Staff meeting. We came on the air 4.5 hours ago when the private portion started. About an hour later, we started the discussion of the public portion, and we brought that all to live. We are going to be, there will not be a GSM in July. We will be live as usual with the next GSM in August. We will be continuing to use this new graphics package. But for now, I'm Kitty Cat 11231 from MBS News, and thank you for watching.